Brass Week, live from our studio at the Teatro Maggio Musicale Fiorentino. And as every day, we start with a yoga class from ELIES MONCHOLI. ELIES, buongiorno, good morning.
Hola, buongiorno.
Buenos días.
Buenos días, buen día.
¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo amaneciste?
Fantásticamente bien, con muchas ganas de celebrar este último día, ¿no?, que tenemos de yoga.
Sí, es el último día hoy, cierto. Así, adelante, disfruta la última clase. Muchas gracias.
Por cierto, Luca me parece que está en un globo, ¿no?
Sí, sí, luego te llama. Está ahora camino para acá.
Ok, perfecto, me está saludando. Fantástico, fantástico.
Ok, adelante, Elias.
Muchísimas gracias.
A ti.
Bueno, hoy es el último día de la clase de yoga. Today is the last day of our class of yoga, and I'd like to do a little review. Remember the principal ideas that we have said in these days, okay? We can remember share the screen. You can see, no? These ideas.
Elies.
Hola.
Hola. Te voglio dare un abrazo. En los últimos días, naturalmente yo estaba en el globo de la mongolfiera.
Fantástico. Tú ya estás en el aire, en el área.
Exactamente, estamos en el área. Tocando volare di Domenico Modugno.
Tocando e amando.
No, tocando volare.
Fantástico.
Bueno,
fantástico.
Gracias de todo, Elies, por tus clases, tu conocimiento. Un abrazo fuerte.
Gracias a ti por permitir que en este curso haya este espacio de silencio y de meditación y de yoga. Gracias. Okay, I think that we can continue with our class. And we are remembering these ideas of meditation, for example, silence, listen silence, inner peace, perceive the totality of your body sensations, don't force anything, etc. We have talked about three great big ideas. The awareness is that which perceive these words in this moment, okay? It's important to have in our brain, our mind, this idea that normally in the day, our attention is out, always is out, no? In the city, in our quotidian life, no? Then this moment is a beautiful moment, the first moment in the day, no? To do this experiment, this little meditation, if you will, that put our attention in us. This is the possibility, the door to the inner peace, okay? And help us to play later, to play more free, in freedom, okay? Then continue with these ideas, three ideas I said. Awareness, that which perceive, this is the center of the yoga. this is the center of the life, probably, because it's not possible life without awareness, without consciousness. This idea is very, very, very important. In the past, I was thinking that is not so important, no? But consciousness, yes, but no. In this travel, in this way of autoconocimiento, no? I discovered that this is absolutely important. Awareness, then, and second one is body position. We talked about Alexander Technical, the head and the neck freedom, head back, neck freedom. Yes, to play is absolutely important. It's not possible to play. So then this position is free, and breathe. The breathing low, middle, and high. Okay, you remember this exercise, and later this freedom of your shoulders, your body in general. No? Freedom is very important as well to play and to live, obviously. Another idea is this idea of journey through this week, no? But a special journey, your own investigation in your own body, with help of consciousness, perceiving your body position, okay, Technical Alexander, a cosmic breath, and finally play and sing effortlessness and in freedom, you see? And a last idea is very, very special, I think. Air plays, not you. In yoga, it's very important, this idea of me. Who am I? No? Then it's very nice to experiment, to play, to let air play, dejar que el aire toque. No esta sensación de que yo estoy tocando, porque yo es una contracción muscular. Yo está aquí muchas veces, porque están los pensamientos involucrados en el cuerpo, y entonces yo tengo que demostrar, entonces hay mucha contracción y hay mucha, bueno, contracción es la palabra, ¿verdad? Mucha tensión, ¿no? Entonces cuando te relajas y dejas let air play, then relaxation, the body is relaxed, and then the sound is beautiful, ¿no? Es decir, que esto del yo que toca, ahí habría que investigarlo, quizás para otra edición de esta clase de yoga, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, estas son un poco las ideas, airplays. Vosotros podéis practicar en casa esta idea, ¿no? El cuerpo está aquí, el cuerpo está libre, el cuerpo está relajado, relaxed body, okay? And then you breathe and let go air. Air plays. This is a special singular idea. No? Air plays, not you, not with your effort. No? Then awareness, definition of awareness, that which perceive these words in this moment. Okay. Perceive our thoughts, our body sensations, and external perceptions. This is obvious. Okay. Body position, head and neck, okay. The freedom to play with flexibility. This flexibility in the neck is very important because air passes here. Then if the neck is not flexible and free, then air push here. And then no runs, no go. Good. Okay, then flexibility in our body. freedom, cosmic breath, love, da, da, da. And this idea, yesterday we talked about this new idea of expansion. I don't know if I am speaking quickly. I'd like to experiment again. Then now we return to our body. I am speaking and your attention probably is out, no? In the thought, in the thoughts, no? In the mind. But where is now your body? Are you in touching your body? Probably no. It's very important. Then we now return to experiment this quality of meditation, of stay in touch with you. Then we will do an expansion, and later we will try to play with this expansion. Okay? Then begin a little meditation, real meditation, because meditation is experimentation, is not our thinking, okay? Meditation is to live in your body, in your consciousness. Then put your body as comfortable as possible. Relaxation, and close your eyes. Start this travel to yourself, to your heart, to your beauty. And then, what are there here now? Obviously, consciousness, that which perceive these words right now. Yes, this consciousness perceive these words and your body sensations. Perceive the totality of your experience. Perceive your body sensations. This is the door that opens the way, no? Stay with you. To discover this miracle of life vibrating right now. You can feel your legs, you can perceive your foot. You can perceive your legs. Your arms. Your breath. Don't do anything. Don't force absolutely anything. Don't change anything. Only observe. Please relax your muscles of the face. Very important, absolutely relax it. Your face, please. Your eyes, your lips. Consciousness is perceiving your body sensations. Remember that thoughts are not invited to this party. Now is the time of the perception, the pure perception of your body. Back your head. Freedom of neck. And perceive this quality of vibration in the totality of your body. Don't touch anything. Your body is the creation of the universe. Take care. Only observe. And now I like to do this special experiment that yesterday I was talking about. This a little expansion of your body. First at the level of the arms, you can try to feel little expansion out of your skin. 1 centimeter or less. Please let free your breath. And come back to this experiment of expansion of our body. As well in your legs, in your head, and your hands, and in your lips. In your face. This sensation of expansion produces a great relax in your body. You can do this experiment not only now, but in your daily life. Of course, when you play horn, trumpet, etc., you can try to play not in contraction, but in expansion. Then your body will be ready to create beauty. Expansion of your face. Expansion of your body, absolutely, the totality of your body is expanded. This is your own travel, please. Stay in touch with you and investigate your sensations, because this is your travel, your life, your experience. Maybe you can feel like a light, like a vibration that expand from your heart, your body. This is love, and this is freedom. The love and the freedom is the same. Please try to feel this expansion more and more. Maybe you can stay in all your room. Maybe more and more and more. You can live in your city. You can feel that you are around the world without limits. This consciousness is not different. Your consciousness and my consciousness. This love is not different. This attention is not different. This pure experience of to be, of be, easily. We are one at this level. One in this vibration, one in this expansion, in this happiness. And this is not an imagination, this is true. It's our experience now. It's true and is beautiful. This is quality of life. And I propose you that you practice as well your instrument. From this quality of experience, without loss this quality. And I propose you, because for me it's very, 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 very interesting, to do this experiment in your daily life forever. To perceive your body, relax your face. Consciousness is perceiving easily. It's obvious, not difficult. And then to experiment this expansion. You are this cosmic body of light, of vibration, of happiness. Enjoy. Live your life with this quality of expansion. Then the kisses will be more than kisses, and your life will be more than your life. Thank you very much.
Perdona, estaba arreglando el micrófono para Luca, que está llegando y ahora estará aquí.
Fantástico.
Pues fantástica tu clase, como siempre.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Ha sido un enorme placer tus clases toda la semana, pues muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros.
El placer ha sido mío.
Gracias,
Elies!
Elies. And look who's here, arriving.
Grande Elies!
Luca, tú vienes ya del cielo, ¿eh?
E io sto arrivando, sì, mi metto
Literalmente.
Like an angel.
Fantastico, la prova generale del concierto di mañana, perfetta.
Wow.
Incredibile. Una sensazione che nunca puede existir, una sensazione di libertà, di incredibile. Non busco las palabras per descrivere, è incredibile.
Expansión.
Sì. No, proprio la leggerezza dell'essere, no? La morbidezza del vedere la bellezza, proprio la bellezza sopra Firenze, incredibile, una roba incredibile, sì. un po'.
Maybe the next year we can experiment this in live in Florence, in Firenze, no?
No,
Not online.
noi l'abbiamo fatto sul serio.
No, digo que el próximo año.
Esto está un evento live.
No, pero digo para todas las otras personas que están online. Para todos.
Ah, ok.
And for him to come here to Florence next year.
Ok. Ora tengo di prendere un caffè perché sto
Modorrito. Se ha levantado muy temprano hoy.
Elies, gracias de todo, fantástico, un abrazo y nos hablamos pronto, buena vacación.
Muchas gracias a vosotros y enhorabuena por el festival.
Fantástico,
gracias. Muchas gracias, Elies.
Chao.
Chao.
Hablamos mañana, scusami, mañana es domingo.
Mañana es domingo.
Ok, mañana tenemos una fiesta, ma non, tanto è una sorpresa per Clevinger, perciò vamos inviando uno Zoom a todos los profesores de Chicago, de todo el mundo. Te voy a enviar un link, tiene de participar a esta. Naturalmente los trompistas está invitado perché tienes el link per los trompistas, ¿va bene?
Va benissimo, grazie Luca. Grazie.
La celebración de Clevinger, todos los trompistas. ¿Va bene?
Fantástico.
Ciao, hablamos mañana.
Ciao. Gracias. So, we go on with your masterclass.
Now is my masterclass, but I will sit down. I'm pretty tired and I will ask questions. I will involve the students.
Okay, and I leave you the
Ciao.
stage.
Good morning. C'è qualcuno? Allora, we are back in the studio and we just had the general rehearsal of the main show. Tomorrow is going to be the main show and this was just to test the streaming and whatever, and hopefully tomorrow we will have the same wind, it doesn't depend on us, but at least today we fly all over Florence. We play Volare, we play Eye in the Sky, and many other pieces, including the piece of our composer Francesco Traversi, which is a very nice title, L'aria sulla quarta mongolfiera. So we had, now of course we need to adjust many things because we have an idea of how it was and how it's to play and so on. But at least we had the chance to make it on top of Florence. To fly with air hot balloons is always difficult because it depends on the wind. In any case, we have Zoom open. Buongiorno, good morning, everyone. Okay. Can you please open me the rooms? Buongiorno. Allora vedo Stefania, che è quella che ho visto di più in tutte queste Zoom, perché stiamo calcolando anche di quante persone abbiamo visto, how many people we saw every day, and we collecting to give a prize. We give a prize at the end of the week for the person that participate more to the master class. So we will give a prize, and it will be a nice prize to study at the Italian Brass Suite 2020 for free. So tomorrow we will tell who won this, because we have to check all the master class, okay? And just in case, okay, can you please open your microphones? Okay. Okay.
One just has to hold the embouchure in place. One doesn't really have to do that much. It's the air does most of the work.
No, we have a streaming of Stefan Levalli Zirski. Ragazzi, abbiamo uno streaming di ieri. Che cosa succede? Abbiamo l'audio, Okay, so please open the microphone, but don't listen to YouTube. Otherwise you make me crazy. Ok, vedo a distanza. Ok, la Stefania la riconosco, poi c'è il ragazzo italiano con la barba che ho visto un paio di volte a Fiesole. What's your name in the middle? You. Ok, just open the microphone and present. C'è Javi, and the second one is, let me see, I can read it from far. Okay, Masha, hello Masha, and then Cindy Abod, and then Filippo Tramontana, and there is somebody else? Okay, Ashno Ram, Daniele Navone, that's it. I found the Massimo. Please, everyone with the Zoom and with the camera on. Okay, today is the last day of the My Master classes, and I would like to ask individually some questions. I start with Javi. Javi, do you have any question to ask me after the all? You know, you was taking class with many professors. Which is your experience? What you learned?
I learned that there are a lot of different views of how any professor approaches the horn. And usually, for example, I learned a lot with the masterclass of Freudis, because I learned a lot about how to train your brain to study without playing the horn. That's
for sure. It's one of the most important things. You need to have when I said in the class, Javi, you need to have a map, and you need to read the map before starting the trip.
Yeah.
It's coming basically from mental coaching. That's why we have a mental coach. And it's extremely important to have a clear picture before putting the frame. You have a picture and then you put in the frame. And I agree, Freud is one of the best teachers in the world. So, thank you, Javi. Masha.
Hello.
Good morning, how are you?
Thank you so much for this Italian. I learned lots of things. It's for music, musical playing. Right now I play long phrases. I play band concert piece. It was hard to compress, but right.
Okay, I kind of didn't understand very much your words because there is internet. Maybe you can write it down and I will repeat later because you have an internet problem. Thank you. In any case, thank you to you to take part of this. You know, what I'm really surprised that I saw very few of my students. Very few. And I saw, of course, Stefania, Alvaro, I saw Javi, I saw Filippo, and Castelli Giovanni. That's the most I saw. All the rest, maybe they were in YouTube. I can't check that. But, you know, basically the students should be so intelligent to take advantage of these happenings. I mean, all the professors called me or mailed me and said, Luca, it's unbelievable what you've done. I mean, they was impressed. So you should be like flying in the sky, okay? So the next one is the girl from Lebanon, right?
Yes.
What's your name again?
Cindy. Cinderella is my name, but you can call me Cindy.
Cindy. Yeah, okay, Cindy. Tell me your impression.
Well, I've been meaning to attend the Italian Brass Week in real life, But after the economic situation in my country, you know, the crisis and the corona and all these stuff, it was impossible. And then you canceled it and you made it all online. So the first thing I wanted to do is to be part of this because it's one of a lifetime experience. This knowledge, bringing all these great musicians into one camp and being provided for everyone on earth. This is something that I will never dream of in my entire life, and the best thing that happened to me this year. I was losing hope, and you know, being at home without a proper teacher giving me the information I need and this stuff, no experience, you know, it was the only thing that gave me hope to go on and learn more. So thank you so much.
Thank you to you. Okay, I'm coming to you because I heard that your questions to most of the teachers. I mean, you was very active on asking, and basically, in a psychological way, tells me that you have many things that do not work. You know, maybe you are playing with lots of muscles. Maybe you are not concentrated on the sound. Now, we stop and then I go back to the others. Can you just open your window? I want to see. Pick up the mouthpiece. Open your window. Not me. Her. Si può fare che si vede lei in primo piano? Ok, just a second. La ragazza nel mezzo. La Cindy. Ok? Now you're going to be, you are fantastico. Now I'm coming a little bit forward and I give you a lesson. Okay. Play for me. Pick up the horn.
Well, I didn't play yet.
It's okay. I didn't play yet, but I already have been on the hot balloon, so I am very warm.
Should I buzz at first or?
Okay. No, I only want to see, you know, with not expectation how you react. So you just put the mouthpiece and play one melody. Easy, one melody. La 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 la. 4 notes. La 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 la. Okay? Don't be shy. Okay, fantastico. It's okay. Now put down the horn. Put down the horn. Now breathe. Breathe with me. Look, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now you do the same breathing because you are breathing very, very short. And I think you are not such a short girl. You have you know, how tall you are? 165? 167?
More, I think 69.
69, great. So you have a very, very good capacity, okay? Now, close your eyes and breathe. Breathe. Again. Now, breathe with the same quantity of air and then buzz. Okay? Okay, be ready to buzz. But before buzzing, you need to check the sound. And you sing. Sing. Okay, nice voice, thank you. But you need to put in the voice something special. Listen to me. So it's music, it's not only singing, but you're thinking about the phrase. So once again with the voice. Now you breathe and you play exactly, you play with the buzz, with the mouthpiece, exactly the same. Okay? Go. Okay. You have a blocked down here. It's closing. So just consider that here needs to be very, very free. And in the bass, it needs to, so play only two notes. Play these two notes. Okay. The upper note is a quarter of tone higher than it should be. Yeah. Listen. See? I'm home. Here is the quantity, but it's not very, very fast. And of course, I press a little bit, and I anchor the mouthpiece on my lips. Try to do that. Okay, you are singing you call it fa sol. How you call the notes? Fa sol.
Yeah. Yes.
Fa sol. Yeah, you can. I can tell this. Maybe Javi and Stefania, all my students, is fa. That's why it's not even sound. Now concentrate and only play. Don't think about the notes. Just the sound, the smooth sound. Try again. Good, good. That's the way. So concentrate on one vowel, and then you play everywhere like this. And then, because you probably didn't follow the masterclass, maybe all my masterclass, but not all the trumpets, the tuba. You were there. I saw you. You are one of the candidates of winning the scholarship for next year. There is few of you. It's just you know, it depends on how many times you have been there. Stefania was there very often too. You saw Stefania, she saw you. The others was more. Masha was there. The girls was there. Okay, so this is the buzzing of Arnold Jacobs. So very, very smooth, very nice singing. And this is the buzz of Vlachtovic, Ale Vizzutti, Simeo, and many, many others. Also Allegrini. When he's buzzing, doesn't buzz loud. It's buzz to close the lips. Okay, to make the center correct. So you breathe. In any case. And you need to check air stream, intonation, how you feel, if you feel tight or if it's correct. I mean, it's feeling very, very gentle. So you just start, no, 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 no. Okay, stop, sorry. When you start, the intonation needs to be first here. This is giving the input to the lips to go in the right place. But if you don't think before playing, you did this. And begin this exercise with no tongue. No tongue at all. Look, like this. Un momento. No, volevo far sentire l'aria. L'aria si sente. Can you feel the air before?
Yes.
I'm blowing and then I close the lips. This is the #1 of Singer. My students knows it. Singer was the teacher of Phil Mayer and Clevenger. Joseph Singer, okay? Get this method or ask somebody. Just share your information with Javi, Stefania. My students have the book. And I have the book. Maybe I can send you all the books of my school, okay? So start with no tongue. Very good, very good. Okay, Cindy, very good. But the first note was like, "Pua." This is very risky. If you begin, "Pua," means that the lips are not ready for the intonation. So wait a little bit more when you feel like a so just play long tones just to get ready and to get used to it, to play exactly the pitch, the amount, and piano. Good. No tongue, and then again. Very good. Very good. Cindy, very good. Just practice this long tones, no tongue, okay? I skip, okay? Mi puoi dare? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mi dai tutto lo schermo? And let me see. Ok, dovresti scorrere, cioè dovresti farmi il pannello tutto intero. Eccoci qua. So we have Tayane. Hello, good morning, Tayane. How you doing? Good. Ciao. Nice to see you. And thank you very much for the wonderful concert with the shofar.
Thanks.
Yeah, obrigado.
De nada.
So, I don't know, is Anu, Ram. In any case, I would like to give one more. I have 4 minutes. Maybe Masha, you have a question?
Can you hear me?
Sure.
Thank you so much. I really practice with. Now I can very better phrase. Playing more musical. I'm sorry.
Okay. We have internet problems. Masha, do we met last year in Brunswick or in Iran?
I couldn't get visa because I
Okay.
I have problem for.
It's okay. You will come one day at the Italian Brunswick. Then I want to talk with Tayane. Tayane, thank you, Masha.
Thank you.
Tayane, do you have any question? It's gone. It's time.
No.
It's very early.
My internet connection is so bad. I can't understand almost nothing.
I understand.
Yeah.
And then we have down there is Nicolas dos Santos. Can you hear me, Nicolas? Okay.
Yes. Sí, sí.
Bueno, buenos días, bon dia. 2 minutes. Okay. So I finished. Buongiorno Filippo. Buongiorno a Noshen. Okay, everyone. I think everybody should put the camera on so I can see very well. Okay. Thank you very much to all of you to take part to the Italian Brunswick. This is very important for me because I organized this festival for you. And it's very important also for me because during the week I had so much information that, you know, I will study this information for the next 2 years, for sure. So, if you have any question, quickly question, si tienes una pregunta, puede dirmi ahora, puede preguntarmi ahora. Don't be shy. Stefania, sei sempre in Svizzera?
Morning. Sì.
Sei al confine con la Svizzera, bene. Ormai
Sempre,
ti ha preso la residenza.
Quasi.
Come va col corno? Allora chiedo questo ai miei allievi, come va nella vostra pratica quotidiana?
I have to speak English because I have not very good English. Personally, with the horn now, it's very better because after all this lesson, I am very inspired now, and I'm happy that all that I learned these days, it's all things that you always played during the year in Fiesole, to sing, use mind, breath, and it's always beautiful
You know,
understand that.
Steffi,
Sì.
this is the truth. You know, when I plan the festival, I'm the art director and the manager of this festival. I choose only the people that talk about air, music, and no muscles. I hate people that talk about muscles, do this and play like this. This is crazy. Guys, we play with air. We play with, of course, with the vibration. We play with the horn, but we play basically for, you know, through the air, through the mouthpiece, and we use the horn. It's not that important, the horn. We play the horn just through the voice. So, voice, air, bass, A, B, canta. That's my philosophy, Arnold Jacobs' philosophy, and 95% of these gentlemen was talking about this. So if you have been online in most of the master class, you heard about air, and you heard about discipline, and you heard about Cindy, you're killing my ears. Okay, what is this?
I'm getting this.
Yeah. That's the Bible. Is my teacher.
Yes.
That's the Bible. So thank you very much, guys. We need to skip going to the first masterclass, which is Gabriella Rania. Yes, mental coach. Go in that room and learn from her. She's the best. Learn from Gabriella. Ciao. Yoo-hoo.
Grazie maestro.
Ciao. I love you.
Ciao.
Pane amore, bread and love, peace and love. Sì, ho capito. Ma lei alle 5. It's 9.5, Gabriella. 9 o'clock? Perfetto. Gabriella Rania. Okay. And now, as usual, when I'm in the car, like this morning coming back, I'm using this equipment, you know. I'm in the car, I'm driving with this hand. I have, of course, automatic car. And with this, I go like this. Is DM brass equipment, and is to stop a little bit the air, or you open it and you make it a little less pressure, and you can use this easily to warm up in the morning in the car. So DM brass, my friend Danilo.
Is a DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece, and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Okay, we keep going with our next masterclass with the mental coach Gabriella RANIA. Good morning, Gabriella.
Enjoy, Gabriella
Enjoy.
RANIA.
Una delle più grandi difficoltà oggi è riuscire a ottenere risultati di qualità nel lavoro, un lavoro che ti dia soddisfazioni economiche, soddisfazioni in termini di risultati, ma anche avere insieme a questo ottime relazioni, tanto tempo per se stessi, una profonda serenità e, in parole povere, un'ottima qualità di vita. Ma se ti dicessi che è davvero possibile avere tutte queste cose e soprattutto un perfetto equilibrio tra loro, ti piacerebbe scoprire come? Sono Gabriella RANIA, direttrice toscana della Roberto Re Leadership School e da oltre 12 anni mi occupo di formazione personale e professionale per i risultati. Ho lavorato in questi anni con oltre 5.000 persone, ho all'attivo un team di 50 collaboratori e 300 clienti a settimana, con risultati dal 30 al 60% già nei primi 4-5 mesi di lavoro insieme. Da questo è nato anche un fantastico libro edito Mondadori dal titolo Il vero successo, di cui io sono autrice. Ma in buona sostanza tutto questo è possibile a condizione che tu sappia come farlo. Ci hanno sempre detto che non si può avere tutto. Ed è vero, non si può avere tutto se non sai come farlo, perché magari hai delle abilità specifiche in un settore e su qualcos'altro invece dovrai allenarti. Il punto è che si può se hai strategie, metodo e competenze a sufficienza. Per questo nasce il programma Fly. Fly è l'acronimo di Find a Leader in You, crea il leader che è in te. È un programma studiato apposta per darti gli strumenti, le competenze, le conoscenze, ma soprattutto l'allenamento necessario per arrivare a risultati come questi. Ecco alcuni degli ingredienti che rendono il percorso Fly il percorso più efficace tra tutti. Innanzitutto le competenze che acquisirai con strategia e metodo, quindi ti spiegheremo proprio alcuni processi importanti che riguardano noi, le relazioni con gli altri e le tecniche che ti consentiranno di avere più risultati in quello che fai. Ma contemporaneamente a questo l'allenamento, perché non conta quello che sai, ma quello che ci fai con quello che sai. E avere un costante e continuo allenamento dove potrai sperimentare, mettere in pratica e soprattutto essere guidato in questo processo ti consentirà di diventare non solo competente ma soprattutto abile. Un ambiente potenziante dove poterti costantemente confrontare e che diventerà parte del tuo gruppo dei pari. Un metodo che è fatto di un processo specifico che produce risultati incredibili, un tutor che ti seguirà in questo percorso per verificare che le cose che apprenderai possano essere perfettamente calibrate nella tua realtà. E poi un ingrediente di cui siamo assolutamente orgogliosi e che solo noi in Italia abbiamo, che è la presenza straordinaria di Roberto Re. Roberto Re lavora sul campo da oltre 26 anni, hanno lavorato con lui oltre 450.000 persone e tra questi i più grandi professionisti e imprenditori, campioni nel mondo dello sport, persone con standard veramente molto alti. È definito il numero 1 a livello nazionale sul campo della formazione ed è veramente quel qualcosa in più che fa la differenza.
Credo che i risultati straordinari che ogni giorno ottengono i nostri studenti parlano da soli dell'efficacia del programma Fly, che in assoluto è un programma formativo che dà risultati fuori dalla norma proprio per la sua struttura, proprio per il suo metodo, proprio perché è veramente come una palestra che permette alle persone settimanalmente di allenarsi e quindi di non soltanto imparare delle competenze, non soltanto conoscere nuove informazioni, non soltanto sviluppare delle abilità, ma soprattutto sviluppare una mentalità che accompagni tutto questo, che è quello che fa veramente la differenza. In Toscana in particolare il programma Fly è guidato magistralmente da Gabriella, che è assolutamente uno dei migliori direttori della mia scuola. Non a caso il centro di Firenze, i centri in Toscana sono da sempre i nostri fiori all'occhiello, per cui chi viene a frequentare i corsi in Toscana con lei e il suo team è assolutamente non in ottime mani, di più, quindi potete veramente andare sul sicuro perché Gabriella non soltanto è una trainer straordinaria, ma è una donna con una straordinaria mentalità imprenditoriale che genera risultati ogni giorno nella guida del suo team, nella gestione del suo business, insomma è una persona che sa davvero adattarsi a situazioni totalmente diverse, un coach straordinario di una qualità fuori dalla norma.
La nostra vita è fatta veramente di tante cose, ci sono gli aspetti legati alla parte emozionale nella gestione di noi stessi, la parte relazionale, la gestione degli altri, che siano figli, che sia un team, o che siano clienti o collaboratori, oppure la parte legata alla gestione del nostro tempo. Insomma, la vita è fatta di tante cose e magari siamo bravi in qualcosa in modo particolare e dovremmo sviluppare abilità più specifiche in un altro settore. e sapere esattamente cosa fare e come farlo fa la differenza nella qualità dei risultati finali. Se quello che ti abbiamo raccontato finora ti ha incuriosito e vuoi saperne di più, allora chiedi informazioni sulla città più vicina a te, in modo che tu possa partecipare a una serata, un incontro live e poi fare un incontro individuale col tutor per sperimentare e capire in che modo quello che facciamo può essere utile per raggiungere il tuo vero successo. E con l'augurio che presto possa essere anche tu una nostra testimonianza di successo, ti saluto e spero veramente di vederti molto presto. Ciao!
Today, we will left an important job on hold, but today I want to complete it with you. We are talking about leadership, and we start from the assumption that we cannot guide others well if we don't guide ourselves very well first. But unfortunately, guiding ourselves very well is the most important difficult thing in many cases. Think about how many times you were great at giving advice to someone who was in a difficult situation, but then when you are in the same situation, applying the same advice that we would simply give to someone else becomes much more difficult, complicated. So that's why starting from yourself is very important, and together yesterday we made our wheel of life. You remember it? Did you take time to do this exercise? Great. So make sure you keep your wheel of life with you. After writing the date on it again every 3 or 4 months, I think, I suggest you this. I also want you to think about this wheel, because the wheel of your life, and ask yourself which slice needs your attention the most. What have you been neglecting for too long risk? Sorry, somebody say me something. No, I think it's okay. Stefania, please say me if it's okay. You listen me? Ah, okay. Sorry. So, what have you been neglecting for too long, risking to lose it or put it in danger? Your health, your energy, your emotions, your relationship, or your family, maybe your job. Are you neglecting it consciously as a choice and as a strategy, or only because you don't know how to keep everything in balance? How can you reanimate one of those slices that you have been neglecting? What can you do now while keeping your focus on your current priorities? Take your time to write it down, to give yourself a small goal and to commit to stick to it. Maybe it's something little but important, and it will help you make things work.
Hello, Gabriella. Excuse me. Yeah, can you please put yourself, puoi metterti in primo piano perché dalla regia mi dicono che preferiscono così.
Yes.
Grandiosa, grazie. Wow, che bellezza.
Thank you, Luca.
Un
Sorry.
complimento in diretta, ma quando, sai, io sono molto spontaneo.
No, vedevo la chiamata ma non capivo cosa stava accadendo.
Ecco, adesso ti si vede bene, anche su YouTube ti vedono molto bene.
Benissimo, thank you
Grazie
very much.
mille.
Okay. So, because if you are balanced, besides having peace of mind, you will have the right mindset to start guiding others. Keep in mind that I'm summing up a very complicated concept, but we can start from here. Simple but essential things. A few indications before going on, okay? The first is these areas are the most important ones if you want quality of life, of your life. Remember that the more balanced you are, the easier it will be to draw on your maximum potential in every situation. And so there are all important aspects that cannot and must not be left to chance. And after, you can be very good in some of these areas, but you cannot be very good in all of them. Some area has a strong point, and some other ones is maybe they need improvement. It's normal, but we need to work on the areas they need improvement. Don't neglect them, otherwise they will influence the rest to the detriment on the quality for your life and for your results. After the basis, I'm introducing the principle of the leadership that are more important. It's an aspect that regards leadership, but I'm gonna speak about a real process that connects the dots of everything we saw together during this extraordinary week of master classes, and it will provide you a kind of manual in order to understand what to do in all situations. But first, I tell you what leadership means. What if I ask you to list the characteristic of the leader? What will you tell me? Which characteristic do you think a leader should have? Maybe self-confident, skilled, a good listener, a good communicator, a wise man, determined, full energy, drive, personality, motivator, visionary, and forward-thinking, just, or humble. What else? Okay, now I ask you a question. Do you know anybody who has all these qualities? I mean, a human being and not a goat. Well, I don't. Because they are all important qualities, but finding them all in one person is most impossible. Of course, some of them are important characteristics for sure. However, in history, there were very good leaders who were not honest or humble, etc. Maybe they lead people to some wrongdoing, but they were excellent at convincing in the country and population to live and act in a certain way. For this, that's why I choose for you 4 characteristics that are always fundamental for a good leader, and they are the ones we need to focus on. The first is energy. The second is vision. The third is determination. And the last one is communication. 1, energy. Energy is an engine that attracts, that transmits enthusiasm. Without energy, even the best, most ambitious project would fail. 2 is vision. If the leader doesn't have a clear goal, it's impossible to guide others. Sometimes people have an idea, but then they change it and they change it again. And then they quit halfway. I learned from a wise person that there are not lazy people, but just lazy projects. You think about this. Similarly, if my vision is not clear, I won't be able to make the world around me fall in love with it. 3 is determination. Sometimes you have a great project, great energy, but they don't last long, and at the first problem or after a few issues, we quit. The real leader has a long-term vision and doesn't quit. They go on with great determination. 4 is communication. Today, most of all, it doesn't count what you know, but what you do with what you know. Even good communication skills make a great difference, but you can't leave it to chance. So, a part of me is a bit frustrated because I usually communicate in Italian my job, just in Italian. I work almost only in Italian, and I always use English just to read or maybe to speak with people during my trips. Given these classes wasn't easy for me, and I said I'm a bit frustrated because I'm not fluent as I'm Italian. That's why communication cannot be superficial, not even when we communicate in our mother tongue. It's not the same. So, for this reason, studying, training, being aware of all the communicative strategies can really make a big difference, a huge difference. So, I have a question for you now. Which thing on the list is a strong point and which one needs to be improved? Which you? What do you need to improve? Try to apply this process to all the aspects that are not as effective as you want. What do you need to apply? What prevents you from doing that today? I know that I'm talking about leadership in a general way. It may be more in relation to a big project, a great vision. But we'll see to connect this aspect when you are guiding other people. Please remember that you will inspire other people, not only by being resilient, balanced, or by knowing what you want, where you want to get, on how you are going to do that. Maybe I said that before, but I repeat it to you. You can't leave those aspects to chance. Your professional growth as a musician, as an artist in general, and as a person. Start from your personal growth, working on yourself, on self-awareness, and the dynamic with other people, and the way we use the ability you need to get real results. For today's, I have been guiding you to a more introspective area. I made you to reflect, but if you are ready, let's get to the grand finale with the formula for guiding others in any situation. Are you ready? Because for many people, guiding others is automatic, but thanks to the role they have, maybe. There are the manager, the teacher, the father, the boss, etc. But despite that, people won't follow us automatically. And most of all, often they follow us because they have to, because they are forced. But what we want is creating a win-win relationship, where we both win in a relationship that makes us a growth, okay? Both. I'm going to give you the formula. Please remember that simple things are often the more effective ones. And I want to give you something to understand, but be careful. You have to start training a lot. I'm so sorry. In order to apply these ingredients in the right way. Here are 5 ingredients to guide the people effectively. One is rapport, 2 is questions, and 3 is understanding the model of the word. Do you remember this? 4 is listening. I think the second lesson with you and with me. And 5 is guidance. Let's see more specifically the meaning of these 5 ingredients and how we can apply them. I recommend you take notice that now. It's much better. The first one is rapport. If you really want people to follow you, you first have to build up a rapport with them. It's most important. Rapport is just when you are in sync with someone. It's a bond of trust and empathy that starts between 2 people when you are in harmony. Some ingredients that build a rapport are smiling, hello, or listening carefully, or true interest, really interest, looking at the person in front of you, look in your eyes, in their eyes, having something in common. Rapport can be built in a few seconds. Sometimes it only takes a smile and the right time to create that sync very quickly. But be careful, because it may be destroyed quickly even by saying the wrong thing by mistake. Please take attention. Don't make the mistake of talking for granted the rapport with people next to you. Because the real rapport, the one you need to as a guide, must be built every time. And you need to monitor it and make sure it's built before any conversation. Every time. It's made of sensitivity to calibrate on the other person, even emotionally. I mean, if a person is in a bad mood, smiling too much could kill rapport. Because who is angry maybe could think, what are you smiling about? Don't you see I'm angry? And sometimes calibrating on the same energy is the best way to calibrate rapport. It's a general topic that needs to lesson, but I guess you understand the general sense. Okay? 2 is questions. After you build rapport, generally, you may need to ask a few questions in order to find out the model of the word of the person in front of you. The questions, according to the situation, are important to communicate well and to guide the conversation into the direction you desire. The questions could be open questions, influenced open, closed questions, or influenced closed. Used in this sequence, they work a communication funnel that lead you to guiding the conversation. Okay? Now we start with the first, open questions. Open questions are on top, on the wider part of our funnel. They get you information and are generic. They have an articulate answer. A few examples of one questions are maybe, what do you do? What are you passionate about? Or maybe, what do you think of this work? What do you think about today lesson? What are you doing in summer? Okay? They don't have a guidance, but they get information, just information. The second topic is influence the open questions. Also get information, but in the same time they do it by guiding the person to a specific focus. If I ask you, how did things go yesterday? For example, it's an open question, this. But if I ask you, what do you like about yesterday? I guide your mind to give me a specific answer. I want to know what do you like? Of course, I can answer that I didn't like anything, but the guidance just started. What do you like about yesterday? What did you like about yesterday? It as an assumption that you liked something, and I want just to find the answer among the things you liked. So I could ask you, what did you learn this week? Again, your answer is open. And I include more argumentation probably, but it leads to you looking among the things you learned. If I could also ask were you expecting something different? What's the assumption here? That you were expecting something different. Okay, I want to need was. I want to say was. After we have closed questions. There are questions that imply only one answer between yes or no. For example, if I say, did you enjoy this week together? Yes or no. Will you come to Florence next year? Yes or no. Did you follow all the lessons? Yes or no. Did you like this lesson? Yes or no. And finally, the questions that guide most and that are not only closed, but are also influenced and often imply multiple answer questions. They are closed even if they get multiple answers, because they are among the ones I'm going to listen to her. Maybe the question is, next year, you will follow the festival from Florence or online. It implies that you will follow it, but you just need to tell me from where. Or other questions is, did you like today's lesson or the one of yesterday? It implies that you like it anyway. I'm just asking you to tell me more. Of course, they could answer in a different way according to assumption. Maybe I didn't like anything actually, but the question is a guiding one anyway. 3 point is understanding the model of the word. That's the most important thing and the more complex. Maybe you remember the second lesson with me. But we're talking about during this lesson, you can guide anyone if you don't understand them well first. Understanding them doesn't mean agreeing. I'm agree with you. No. But understanding what is standing behind that behavior or that thought process, even it's different from yours. I feel you. I feel you is a very powerful emotional stroke that makes your partner let down their guard and makes them let you guide them because you understand them. And the 4th point is listening. We're talking about that too. I think in the second or third lesson, I don't remember, but we are now connecting the dots and creating the magic of the results. You must listen since the first moment, actually. If your listening is not true and deep, nothing worse, and you won't understand the model of the world of your partner. Okay? Right? We have number 5, guidance. Guiding other people requires decisions. clear goals, self-confidence. But most of all, it requires that you are model of consistency. So we saw together the 5 ingredients to get people effectively. I remind you, we talk about rapport, questions, understanding the model of the word, listening and guidance in this perfect sequence. Try to do this, please. Promise? Yes? Okay. So I would love to spend another week with you if I could, but the time is over. I hope I will meet you next year in Florence, my city. Thank you for joining with me, but also thank to all the people who worked on Italian Brass Week. Thank you so much. Luca, Rania, and Regia. It has been, sorry Luca, just one thing. It has been a great pleasure and an honor to be with you during this wonderful week. The festival was great. And I noticed that many of the great artists who give the master classes spoke about how to motivate yourself, how to manage your emotions, and how they manage their own motivation during the lockdown. Very hard moment. How to breathe, how to manage your emotion with breathing, how to keep your level of energy high, and so on. So I think that's very important to you. So I recommend you keep learning and studying hard everything that's regarding your music, but also self-management and self-awareness. Okay. Good luck for everything, and keep in touch with me with Facebook or social if you can. If you want, you can find me when you want. I hope to see you next year in Florence. I'm waiting for you, and I hope we study again together, but in person. Guys, have a great day and see you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luca.
Thank you to you. Thank you very much. It was very helpful, and definitely we will see before next year for sure. We will see before, but with the kids, definitely we will have, with the students, we will have the chance also in Fiesole, and for sure next year in the Italian Brass Week live concert, live festival.
Thank you so much. Ciao everybody, so ciao ai Italian people, ciao italiani, grazie.
Ciao a tutti.
Ciao Gabriella.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition, and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time, and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations, and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true. Back in the studio. Hello, good morning. How are you? Put your microphone on.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
now yes. Put,
Hello,
yeah, a little bit of the volume, a little bit more.
Wait,
Can,
you hear me now? Is it
yes.
fine now?
We are very pleased to introduce and to present Kang MENG from you are playing in Singapore, right?
Yes, I'm from, now it's afternoon in Singapore.
Yeah. Thank you very much to join Italian Brass Week.
Thank you for having me.
And I think if you have any topics, you can explain your topics
Yeah,
of
today
the
I'm gonna-
masterclass.
Yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about warming up since it's the right time in the morning for everyone. Everyone is getting ready to play for the day. Talk a little bit about warming up and practicing.
Good.
Bad practice versus good practice. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You are originally from Singapore or you are from different country?
I'm Singaporean. I'm born here.
Good.
Yeah.
I was teaching twice in Singapore in the two big university.
Yes. When you're over in Singapore and you gave a lesson in the academy.
Yeah.
I was a student back then.
You was a student by then, huh?
Yeah.
Good.
I was in the master class. Yeah.
Ah, good. Because I was touring with the Israel Philharmonic last time.
Yes.
Yeah, and I gave a master class there. It was really, really good.
Yeah, that's right.
And I love Singapore. The crabs.
The food. Yeah.
The food, the bay, and everything is beautiful in Singapore.
It's lovely. It's very hot though.
Yeah, that's the only
Hot
thing.
country.
You know, the first time we landed in Singapore with the Maggio Musicale and Meta, it was crazy because the airport was really, really cool air. As soon we went out, it was like, Mamma mia. But I remember all the flowers, the orchid, and it was such a beautiful, I would never forget it.
Yeah, we're nicknamed the Garden City.
Yeah, the Garden City, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Please start your masterclass, enjoy.
All right, sure, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I'll start with a little introduction first. My name is Kang MENG, and currently I'm the principal euphonium of the Singapore Armed Forces Central Band, and also as well as the Lion City Brass Band. And I just took up the position a month ago of adjunct lecturer at the Nanyang Academy of Fine Arts. Yeah, so I'm very excited to start off my topic. This morning I'm going to talk about warming up versus practicing. Alright, let's start a little bit on warming up. I believe that there's no fixed way of warming up or a certain warm-up that you must do every day. Anything can be a warm-up so long as you have the right concept and it benefits you. It gets you ready to start off the day. There's some key ideas in warming up. One of the key ideas is, I believe, is to stay relaxed. Yeah, you never rush your warm-up. When you're warming up, you're actually getting yourself ready. You're not going to do a strenuous activity. Just take for example like an athlete. We brass players are almost like an athlete. We have to stretch our muscles, just that we don't use our muscles here, we use our muscles here. So instead of getting into action right away by doing some strenuous playing, we might hurt ourselves instead of preparing ourselves. And it's good to have your foundation right. Take care of the way you breathe, take care of your posture, and make sure you produce a good sound and relax at all times. These are the key ideas for me that I believe is in warming up. It is quite common for people to mix up about the ideas of warming up and practicing. It is rather different. Key ideas in practicing, on the other hand, always aim to push your limits. You know, they say no pain, no gain. Yeah, but you see, there's a lot of time that we like to play the things that we already know how to play. You know, we always like to stay in our comfort zone. Don't practice the things that we can already play. There's no point. To improve, we have to master difficulties every day.
step up of our comfort zone. It is also important to have a clear goal in mind that what you want to achieve for the day. I always like to tell my students that it's important to keep a practice diary, like to write down what they achieve at the end of the day and what do they want to improve, or just to push the limits a little bit the next day, so you have an idea of what you want to practice for the next day. Take for example, if you can do a lip slurs at about crotchets equal to 100, maybe the next day you might want to push it up a little bit to 105 or 110. Yeah, it's always about pushing your limits, stepping out of the box, thinking out of the box. Always think and be creative with your practice. There's so many different exercises in the world that you can practice, that you can think of. Yeah. Why is practicing important? You see, they always say practice makes perfect, or rather, for me, I believe it's practice makes permanent. Yeah, it's all about making habit. Just take for an example, like when you first picked up the instrument. Let's say you try to play, like first ever, when you start out playing an instrument, you try to play a B flat, just a B flat note. It is very hard to produce that note, right? Yeah, but for now, after maybe a few years or a few months, you try to play the B flat again. It is different, and throughout the few months or years, there are so many countless times that you have played that B flat, so it has become part of you, muscle memory. So this is the concept that we want to tap into, creating habits. And creating habits, that is a danger, because there are good habits and there are also bad habits, and practice makes permanent. If you practice the bad habits, you are going to get good at doing the bad habits. Yeah. On the other hand, if you practice the good habits, of course you're going to get good at them. So it is important to have a clear goal of what you want to play in a day. For example, if someone were to practice let's say some long tones with let's give a bad example, like tense shoulder, bad breathing, bad sitting posture, or bad set up on the mouth, not getting ready. It's almost like it's gonna sound horrible, and the more you do it, the more you get used to it, and it's gonna be in your comfort zone, and the whole time when you try to push yourself, you're gonna feel so difficult. On the other hand, if you make sure you set everything right, good posture, good sound, good breathing for warm up. I always like to start off my day with some long tones, and just to get the lips, the blood flowing, and get the lips vibrating. At all time, I'm checking my airflow, my posture, make sure there's no tense up in the body. And especially for euphonium players, it's very dangerous for the shoulders, because we tend to tense up our shoulders very easily, and that's going to cause permanent damage over time. Just imagine holding a cup of water for a minute versus holding a cup of water with your hand for an hour. For an hour, your hand is going to hurt. Yeah, your muscle is going to ache. So yeah, that's the main idea of practicing. You create that connection in your brain, that it makes into a habit, that it's going to become second nature for you. Trust me, if you play for, like, let's say 7 days a week, you do it properly, it's gonna make a huge impact in your playing, and after a few weeks you don't even have to think about it anymore. It's gonna be second nature to you. Yeah. With ample practice on a single topic, it can allow you to solidify the information on ability or what you're working on. Let's say you're working on a piece of music. It is important to go into details on or etude or a certain melody that you play for a warm up. It's important to go into details. A lot of students like to they like to just play through their music, you know, but they're not going into detail. There's so many things they've neglected and so many bad habits they have developed, and over a long time, it's gonna be so difficult to change that. So it's important for let's say scales. If you're playing scales, it is not just getting the notes right. It's about finding that connection in between notes, finding that sound, intonation, all these things, volume, control on the lips, the articulation. Just so many things that you can write down and list down. If you can't remember all of them, write them down so it can help you visualize properly. Okay, so we are capable of practicing the good stuff and the bad stuff. So just be careful of not making bad habits. Good habits versus bad habits. That is the concept that we want. I'm sure all of you are gonna start off your day with a good warm up later. There's so many different master classes going on. So try it out. Play some slow melody. Play some of your daily routines, and just change the concept. The concept is very important. There are studies that shows that mental practice or thinking is much more beneficial or important than just going hands-on without any preparations. Yeah, that's the topic. If any one of you have any questions, please do feel free to put it in the chat, and we can have a short discussion or anything, any questions regarding about warm up or practicing. Yeah, but make sure don't overwork yourself in your warm up session. It is good to push your limits in your practice session, but do not overwork yourself. At the end of the day of a long practice, you might feel a little bit numb on your lips, a little bit tired, the muscle. You must be able to know. It is good to push your limits, but it is also important to know your limits. Do not cause any permanent injury. When you know that you're done for the day, make sure you do a nice slow warm down, just to get the lips back into shape and get ready for the next day. You know, I know so many people that they're hardworking, they have a very, very strong mindset, and they want to get things done every day. They said, okay, today I'm going to play this piece, this concerto. I want to be able to run through this whole concerto, and they just keep going, but they don't know their limit, and they start hurting themselves, and they actually injure their embouchure, and that's gonna take a long time to recover. So it is important to know your limits. Like, let's say for example, setting goals in a practice session. I would say slow and steady will be the way to go. Just imagine if you work on a piece of music, the tempo is about 150. Maybe you want to focus on so much on details that you have to slow it down to 90. So if you practice it on Monday and at 90 in your practice session, Tuesday you can push it up by 10, and by the end of the week you'll be able to hit 150. Of course, every day you go back a little bit, and then you push a little bit, you go back, take a step back, and take 2 steps forward, take a step back, and take 2 steps forward again. Eventually you'll reach your goal. You have to be patient with your practice session, with yourself. Do not set unrealistic goals for yourself. Yeah, set something that it's somewhere in between. There's a balance between realistic and unrealistic. Yeah. So I hope that this information is beneficial for everyone here. If you have any questions, please do feel free to ask right away. We can have a chat or a discussion with everyone. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
Uh,
Hi.
can I ask?
Yeah, sure. Of course.
Hello,
Hello. Hi.
I'm from Indonesia.
Oh, you just across the
My name
sea.
is Puput. Near.
Hello.
I want to ask about in euphonium have two character euphonium for drum corps and for concert. How to fix if we play in embouchure down? How to fix in the drum corps to up embouchure? We can fix it for from ourselves or no?
Well, could you explain more about the embouchure up and down that you're describing?
Embouchure down like this. This is a mouthpiece, and the mouthpiece is in down
I see.
in down like this, and in the drum corps has to tribune. Yeah, like this.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, this is quite a good question, because I play in a marching band as well. In the armed forces band, I play euphonium while marching, and I must say it's very different. You know, we are so used to sitting down in the rehearsal studio, in a concert, just standing up, stand still and play. But marching with your instrument is very different. So what I do usually with marching is to practice with marching is that you're talking about the angle, right? About the angle of the marching euphonium, right? Do you use the upright euphonium like this? The marching euphonium? Oh yeah. So that is very different from what we play on our instrument, because usually it's angled some sort of like a 45 degree or 20 degree down. Yeah. So you have to watch your posture. You have to watch your posture when you're standing up. It's very difficult, you know, because different people have different kind of a setup on their mouth. Some people have a overbite. Overbite, that means the upper teeth is much more front than the lower teeth, and some people have underbite, where the lower teeth is more front than the upper teeth. So that is gonna affect your playing. Not affect, but it's gonna vary from people to people. So let's say if you have an overbite and you're playing that upright instrument, try standing in front of a mirror and find out what is the best posture for you. You can start just find the most relaxed way. Don't need to hold upright, or let's say are you required to hold up like 45 degrees or anything? Are you required?
Yes.
Oh, that is very difficult. You probably have to tilt your head back quite a lot. Yeah, and but be careful.
Yes. All of students have a down embouchure. They to be in the back like this, in the back like this, because we they have to up their bells.
Yeah, the instrument. Yeah, I understand. So in marching band as well, when you're playing that kind of euphonium, it's important for sound projection. So what I do for sound projection is that I kind of push my lower jaw out a little bit. So as you can see, it's kind of like this. But if I want to play out loud, I kind of push my jaw out a little bit. So it goes like. Can you see the difference when I push my jaw?
Yes.
So when I push my jaw out, it kind of open up the ambush. It open up the airway, open up the aperture, or we call it the hole over here, the aperture for the air to flow without affecting much of the pitch or the sound. So and that might help with putting up an instrument as well, because you're literally pushing your lower jaw out, so it changes the angle to almost flat or even more. What I would suggest is that you anchor on the lower lips over here. After all, the the lower lips is the more stable lips out of the upper and lower. The lower one is the more stable one, and the one on top is the one with more meat and are more flexible, and that is where all the vibration comes from. Almost 75 or 80% of the vibration comes from. So it is important to anchor down, have a very strong solid support from the lower lips here, and then you go with the upper lips for vibration. Yeah, I hope that helps. Yeah, just experiment with just pushing out your jaw, and yeah, I hope that helps the angle.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone have any more questions? You can even type it down. Just ask now. Do you have any more questions? That's a very good topic though.
Do you teach in drum corps or marching band in Singapore?
Yes, I do. I teach in my my workplace. We have every year we have some display or parades, and yeah, I teach marching while playing as well. It is.
If we work in indoor, we can listen another sound, and if we work in outdoor, we can listen good how to make a great tuning like this.
Yeah, it is important to have the concept of the sound that you want to achieve right from the start, and especially in marching band or a display band, it's a different kind of playing than in concert halls. It's a total different kind of playing. So you have to understand the difference between the marching band sound concept and the concert hall performance sound concept. It is a lot of teamwork, team effort, because it's not just one player. In a band, a euphonium is probably only one or two, but in a marching band, there's quite a few. So it is almost a team effort. So just imagine, like, let's say there are 5 of you, so each person contribute like 20% to the sound, and of course you have to listen out for each other as well. So this is the concept that you must have a team effort, rather than in a band where it's much more how do I put it, you listen across to other sections, right? You listen more to other sections as compared to marching, where you just in euphonium in the group. Team effort, yeah. The sound, you don't have to overforce yourself. Just make sure you're contributing to that sound. You know, it's just like 5 cables linked into one wire. Yeah, great. Any questions about playing or like indoors performance and stuff?
What?
Any other questions regarding like performing indoors or your daily practice? No questions? Alright, that's great. I think that's about all the time that we have. Is that all the time that we have here? I still have 3 minutes. If anyone wants to ask any question, that you have any just random thoughts about playing. It need not be playing as well. You can ask about my country. It is a very tough year for everyone, especially with the situation going around. But music connects us all together, and I'm very glad that Italian Brass Week is taking it virtually, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful having so many different musicians with their sharing their different experiences. Yeah. No questions? Okay, I guess.
Okay.
All right.
We are back in the studio, and if there is no any other questions, I would like to thank you.
Thank you
very much to take part of the Italian Brass Week 2020 online version, and hopefully we will see next year for a live concert, and
definitely.
yeah, and I really enjoy, and thank you very much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you. It was very lovely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good. It's the second last day of the festival, right?
Yeah, this
exactly.
is the second last day. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone had a great time.
For sure.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ciao.
Good to see all of you again. And
okay, and
see you soon in the future.
And follow us and tag us if you have some stories to share.
Sure, definitely.
Ciao.
Right. See you.
Ciao. Bye.
Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye.
Boom. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back in the studio just to let you know that Omar Tomasoni is connecting, and we give another sponsor, Sakaino, my friend, Katsushi Sakaino.
Omar Tomasini.
Hello, Omar.
Hello, buongiorno, can you hear me?
I can.
Ah,
Hey.
fantastic.
Ciao, Omar.
How are you?
Ciao, come stai?
Very good, thank you.
Ah,
Molto bene, tu?
you are in Brescia. I recognize your house.
Absolutely, man. I'm here in my parents' place. By the way, I was making a suitcase because I'm coming to Tuscany in a few hours. So.
Really?
Yes, I do.
Come to visit us here in the Teatro del Maggio before you go anywhere else.
Well, yeah, it's probably, I will come actually probably in the next day. Yeah.
Okay, so if you come in the next day, we go for the bistecca. Actually, I saw you were in da Ugo, dal Pampini, alla Iole, al ristorante, è vero?
Ero a Santa Fiora, I was in Santa Fiora, I went to say hi to Ugo, and by the way, I prepared something for you, Luca.
Yeah?
You know, I found this in my parents' place.
Wow! I can't believe it! Nel 2000! Wow!
This was the second year of your festival in Santa Fiora?
No, it was the first year.
That was the first?
Yeah.
Okay,
wow.
Then, you know,
2000.
No,
2000.
This was just to say how important has been your festival to me and for the people of my generation, and I think not many people knows that the first experience I had, you know, the first actually time I could meet a great international soloist and fantastic teacher has been in Santa Fiora, so thanks to you. And I would really like to congratulate you for organizing a festival again, to make it happen in this time. And also, you are the man of the impossible things.
I do remember, Omar, when I send you the WhatsApp, you know, and I said, okay, I explain you a little bit, but for sure, it's not me that is going to organize everything, because as you know, I'm very, very chaotic man, but I have good ideas. So
you have a fantastic team.
Yes, I have. You have to. We all have to say thank you to the team that works and that normally they are in the backstage.
Absolutely. So thanks to all of them, and bravi. It was amazing.
Grande Omar. Allora, questo mi dice che tu hai 35 anni.
Sì, purtroppo sì.
Perché tu avevi 15 anni, Omar Tomasoni was 15 years old when he won the first edition scholarship, and I remember he entered, play, it was me, Roger Bobo, many other in the committee, and we was like, wow. And since then, 20 years ago, look where are you now.
Yeah, it's true, man. It's true. I still remember when I came in. I think I played Brand Concerto.
Sì.
Actually, Brand number 2. I think.
Fantastic.
And it was fantastic that I could see you sitting there, and Roger Bobo was there, Andrea Del Viro, Davide, I think, Simoncini, Dave Clevenger, of course. So for me, it was like, whoa, what's this? And now here we are. Yeah, that's fantastic.
So Omar, do you know, I love you. You are one of my best friends. I was telling few friends when one time we were in Livorno, and you know, because of D'Amico, today we was having rehearsal on top of the air hot balloons. So we were talking about swimming pool. We will have a swimming pool party after the festival. And I said, me and Omar have a big story about swimming pools. You remember?
I do.
Okay.
I don't want to tell the story, but I do remember.
I do remember. No, I don't want to tell the story either, but please start your master class, and I love you, man.
I remember the day after too.
We had the rehearsal, Beethoven Symphony with Meta.
I do, man. With your green suit.
Yeah.
I remember.
So, please.
So,
start your master class and enjoy, Omar. Thank you very much.
Ciao Luca, thank you. See you later.
And excuse me, send the picture of the diploma to me by WhatsApp. Thank you.
I will do later, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, good morning to everyone. I'm Omar Tomasoni, and I'm a principal trumpet in Concertgebouw. And now I'm here. The title of my, the title of my masterclass was creative practicing, which very simple means how you can build and how you can create solutions to problems that we all have. I see some of you here, so I really would like to welcome you and thank you for being here listening my masterclass. If you have any question or if you don't understand what I say, please just write anytime. I will try to see the chat. So here yesterday I wrote some exercises, and now I will make some examples of the thing I do when I have to prepare big solos or when I have to prepare some concerto or big repertoire in the orchestra. I would like to make an example with a Petrushka, except which is something that we all know. And the first thing I always try to do when I play anything is to find a musical line. So for example, in Petrushka, the exercise I make when I practice since the beginning is this one, which I will play it for you. This is the exercise. Sorry, I forgot the microphone for the voice. Probably now you can hear me much better. Sorry. This is the exercise I do to practice, for example, Petrushka. And then when the musical line is very clear, I do the variation out of that. Which the variation, the second exercise I make for Petrushka can be this one. So this is also another exercise that I make. We all have difficulties when we practice. I mean, everyone has different difficulties. Everyone are different. So we should. That's why I really suggest you to be creative and to find the solution out of the problem that all of you have. You know, because we are not the same. So what can be a problem for me is probably not a problem for you. And try to find the spot that you have to work in. So record yourself, which is very important. And out of that, find easy solution or creative solution. So make exercises that can be helpful for you. So for example, to me, every time I have to play a solo like Petrushka, one of the things is tricky is to play the dynamics for me, is to make the big difference between the dynamics. So I really try to do the first exercise, the one you hear, so the one that is really focused in the musical line, to make the extreme between forte and piano. So for example, I do this to make myself aware of the dynamics. So I really try to play the extreme. So the forte is really forte and the piano is pianissimo. So because then when you are going to play and when you are stressed, you know, these things will get easily and naturally more normal, like it will get, the extreme gets closer. So it will be very helpful. And for example, the other spot is always tricky for me is the scale. Is this arpeggio to go up,
This is tricky to arrive with a nice sound, with a good intonation, etc. So what do I do there? I just do this kind of exercises that now I will play for you. And you try to work in the semitones. This is something really helped me to find the sound also and to find the easiness of this in this passage. Don't continue if the semitone that you are playing is not good. Go back. I've been following many of the master classes of this week, and one of the questions that you guys always make is how do you play the high notes? Well, to play the high notes, you have to have a very good low notes. So if you don't have, if you are playing something and it doesn't sound good, don't go up. You know, just work on what you are doing and just go back. You know, it's like that you want to build a house from the top, you know, from the roof. You can't do that really. So. The other exercise I do for this scale is this one. So all the exercises I'm telling you, all the things I'm telling you now, are just examples to make you understand what is the work I do, what is the work behind when I have to do some like this kind of big solos. Of course, you can feel free to create your own exercises. Feel free to experiment, you know. And the second exercise I do is this one. Etc. etc. So these are all solutions to difficulties, all right, that we all have these difficulties. The other one passage, the other spot which is tricky in this Petrushka passage, at least it is tricky for me all the time, is this one. And it is tricky for me, you know, that I always run this passage when I play, you know, because it's very difficult to control this harmonic. Tiro-rom, 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 tiro-rom. I always run and I can never control it. So what do I do with that? I just do the very simple Clark exercises. You know, I just do this. And you do in all the tonalities, of course. And then I do this other exercise, which is very specific for this. And then the other variation can be this one. So, as you can see, there are plenty of solutions for one problem or for one specific spot that can be difficult for you. Just be creative, you know. Just find your own solution to the problem that you have, you know. Well, this is this is the work I always do when I have to play this big solo like this Petrushka. And this can be also doing for a valzer, you know, for the next. For example, I didn't prepare anything for this, but you can find all kind of solution in that also. you can see, you know, everything is based, the music and everything we do is based in arpeggios and scales. So it's very interesting to me. Many people ask me also, what do you do when you to warm up? Well, I don't like to call warm up what I do. It's always a practicing basics. You know, I really don't warm up really. I'm always, when the warm up, what you call warm up for me is the practicing, is the basic practicing, and it's actually the 95% of the practicing that I do always. You know, I always focus my study and my daily routine in basics. So it's very rare that you can hear me practicing concertos and stuff. I really make sure that my basics are always there. And because the reason is what I made now, is the example I made now, you know. If you, all these exercises, all the Clark stuff, all the calling or whatever you're playing, you know, whatever exercises you are playing, Davidson or whatever, if all the things you are doing, they are there and the quality is there, then you have the quality for playing anything you want, you know. So yeah, this is the work I do for Petrushka. And the other exercise I wrote for you, which I think is quite related, the work you can do is quite similar, is also for a Ravel piano concerto. Many of us have issues in this passage, in this orchestra exercise, which I also have issues, so I always have to practice very careful this. And I wrote for you this exercise that can be, I think it can be helpful. So anytime you have many notes, what I always try to do is to find the musical line. You have to sing it. Make sure that you can sing what you play. Singing is a huge part of our playing. You know, Luca is there. He knows how important is singing for us. I've been Luca's colleague for 5 years, and we studied in, you know, I was in Florence, and we were always talking about singing, of course, air and stuff. So make sure that you can sing. Make sure that you can sing, you know, what you are doing. So this is the exercise, and this is the musical line you can find, or you can also make variation and find other things, but this is what I wrote. This is what I found in Ravel piano concerto. So I'm gonna play for you this. This can be a musical line. This can be something very easy. Practice, make sure that you blow every time you play, you know, this, don't play too short, don't play, you know, just play it easy, you know, make sure that you are blowing, make sure that the sound is there, the tuning is there. And then you can make variation on this, you know, you can make it more complicated. So now you can play it with a rhythm. So you can play with a 16th. So the same line, same musical line, you just play all 16. For example, this. So this can be another exercise that can be very helpful. So as you can see, the solution are plenty, you know. Just be, you know, just be creative. Those are the two examples I made, and the other big solo or orchestra excerpt that I would like to focus in is the beginning of Mahler 5. The beginning of Mahler 5 is always complicated for one reason, at least for me. It's very, very difficult to find the right sound, you know. I remember all the teachers, Pinzarella, or also friends of mine, that were always telling me that when Chikovic has to do this. He was going he was closing himself into a room for half an hour when there were students asking him to play this solo because he had to find the right sound for this beginning, for this note, which I do agree. I do agree, and it's very difficult to find the color of the sound, the color of the sound. Of course, everyone can play these notes, to, to, to. It's not a big deal, But to play it with the good sound, with the good quality, that's very, very difficult. And what is the exercise you can do? I mean, the exercise I always do with this to find the right sound is to start from nothing, from zero, to play this note, and to make a big crescendo, which can be this. And then I go down, so I go semitones lower, semitones lower, semitones lower until the F sharp, And the other exercise I do is to play this note with a lot of vibrato to find the center of the sound, like this one. So this is the exercises I make, and I do to find the sound for this beginning, for this first note. The other thing which for me is very difficult is to play what is written in the beginning of Mahler 5. So this crescendo, this triola in crescendo. So many of us play this passage with a big accent on the first note because it's easier to do it, and but it's not written. So what is the exercise that I do for that? I just play very slowly this triola, making the extreme on the dynamics, as I said you before. And the funny thing is that to relate, this practicing these basics, what I said before, so this daily routine to the practice, to the actually to what you use, to what so to the things that you use normally. There is a very interesting exercise in the Davidson book, which is this one. So the last note, the last thing I just played is exactly what it needs for Mahler 5. The last thing I played in this exercise is this, which is exactly as you can hear. This is, so just be aware. Everything you are practicing, everything you're doing, in the day there is a use to that. You can always relate to something, to some passage in the concerto, to some spots in the big solos, etc. And the other thing I practice, this is in general, when I have to play big Mahler symphonies, I always try to make sure that the articulation is there. So the articulation that Mahler's required, or these big symphony. Also Bruckner, I actually do the same exercise. And the exercise I always practice when I have to do these big symphonies, and also when I have to play German trumpet. When I have to play rotary trumpet, I also do this exercise for a while. I study without tongue, and I do the exercise from Koprach, the number 13, and I practice it without tongue. And the number 13 exercise is this one. And then you continue. So this is the exercise I do also to find the right articulation for the big composer, for Bruckner, for Mahler, and etc. And for the rotary trumpet. I think I talked too much actually. And now I would like to read some of your questions, if you have questions, and I would like to answer to you. Which I see one question now. She's from Masha. Masha. Hello, I practice Brahms Concerto piece number 1. I'm trying to play last page. Kata kata, taka taka, takata, because I think it's softer when I play it faster. How do you practice it and play it? Well, it's a good question. I will take my B flat trumpet. Well, Masha, Masa, scusa, sorry, Masa. The first thing I always try to do before I practice any articulation is to play it legato. So make sure that you can play it legato. Make sure, don't play fast, don't play too fast, and make sure that the sound, the tuning, and the harmonies are, they are there, because many times we play things, but we don't know what we are playing. And it's very important that you know exactly where the harmonies goes, because this will really help you to find also, first of all, to find, of course, the musical line, which is the most important. And it will really help you to also to find solution into technique. So make sure that you just play it slow, legato, and knowing what you are playing, in terms of harmonies, for example. For example, now I made a mistake, and that means that it was not very clear for me what was the change, also harmonic, no? So I will, if I have to play this piece, I will practice this very carefully. So just do this exercise that I just show you now. Play it slow. Coordinate very well your fingering, because many times the problem of articulation is that the tongue goes in one way and the fingers goes in the other way. So they are not connected, and they are not coordinated. So just make sure that this is there, okay? The other question is from Vincent. Ciao, Vincent. How do you practice keeping the same balance of your playing all the time, even when getting tired? Well, that's a good question. I just try to don't get too tired. That's the thing, which is a stupid answer. But no, it's very important that if you have to practice if you have to play something big or you have to practice a lot of things, it's really important to take breaks, to have the time to rest. So the resting time is extremely important. Don't underestimate the resting time, you know. The mistake we do many times is to play, and then after 1 hour we are destroyed. Now just be smart, you know, we can practice a lot and probably even better without the instrument. So thinking, as I said before, singing, analyzing the partiture, listening, you know, listening. You listen many recording, you analyze the recording, you compare the recording, you record yourself, you listen your recording. So just make sure that you don't destroy yourself, but the practicing is, you know, it can be more efficient, you know, so mental practicing. So I hope I answered to you, Vincent. Hector Cunningham. Hi, Professor. How do you improve your articulation? It's so clean. Thank you. Thanks first. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, if you want to improve anything, you really have to know what is the result you want to get. I mean, what do you want to achieve? So it's very, very important to know what you want to, how you want to play, what, and in what way. For example, it's funny, but I studied a lot of my articulation listening the Mozart concerto, all the classic concerto recorded from Vlahovic when I was very young. So it's funny that I think I developed very much my articulation listening a horn player. So Luca's probably happy. But so no, just, you know, listen other musician, not only trumpet player, and then make your vision very clear. But to be more practical, because otherwise we are always very, you know, I just work my articulation doing Clark exercises. So this legato, I play a staccato, and I always work in the low register, because I find it very, very tricky and very difficult to play articulation in the low register. So I always work into, you know, the F sharp, so do, ro, 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 o, do, ro, ri, ro, ro, and I go until the C, do, re, mi, do, re, mi, fa, re, mi, fa, do, mi, do, ro, ri, ro. I don't practice articulation up, because I think that yeah, it's much more difficult to be clean, to be clear, and to find the crispy and the sparkling articulation there. So work in the low register. Luca, you are in? I can hear you.
I can, yes, I'm in. And talking about sparkling, let's have a Franciacorta bottle when you're coming down, okay?
Absolutely, man.
Omar, grazie mille. Thank you very much. And big clap to Omar.
Thank you very much, Luca, and congratulations again, and to you and your staff.
Thank you very much to you, Omar. I miss you.
I miss you too. Love you. Ciao.
And I go from one friend now to another friend, Stefan DOHR. So it's I put all my friends in the, you know, all together.
Ciao to Stefan. Ciao, guys.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
And thank you to all of you that listen to the master. Ciao, grazie.
Ciao, ragazzi. Thank you. Ciao,
ciao, ciao. Grazie.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company, merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow, and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
Stefan.
Good morning.
Guten Tag, Stefan. Ciao, bello. How are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, man. Thank you very much, Stefan, to be with us.
I would, of course, very much prefer to be in Italy right now.
Of course.
But, of course, that is not happening. So, traveling is still a bit limited in a way. I could come, actually, and drive down, but at the moment, I'm a bit practicing.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's nice.
So, yeah, it's a bit like, as we all do and we have to do, keep in shape, or let's say, more or less get back in shape. And what it means is like, yes, daily exercises are getting more important. Daily exercises, Luca, how much daily exercises do you do?
Every day. I wake up.
Every day.
I wake up and I have my yoga program, then my breathing program, then my bass program. And then I start with my exercise, melodies, and Clark, Colin, Bernold is a flute method, and that's it. And then I go to the orchestra.
Perfect. So let's say playing is about an hour. You do daily exercises?
Yeah, about
Yeah.
It's a combo.
Combo for everything. So the thing is, I found out that most of the people actually, when they talk about daily exercises, they do talk about daily exercises in mezzo piano. So if I ask people like, how much do you practice? Usually what they say is, yes, I practice about 3 to 4 hours. And an hour or two, I do the daily exercise. And I ask them, yes, what sort of exercises do you do? And they say, yes, I do scales, I do... and so on and so on. And what they usually do is play mezzo piano. Mezzo piano to mezzo forte, not really loud, not really asking their face for some information, or doing a bit of muscle training, or do some exercises that actually are demanding. So I want to encourage the people a bit more to think about what they do on daily exercises and why. Because we have a lot of daily exercises we do, and a lot of people do very complicated daily exercises. I do actually very simple daily exercises. Usually my daily exercises just is a very easy routine of very easy following up like chords, scales, things like this. But what I do is I do them in different dynamics. And I think this is very important, even if you don't have a lot of time. I think the variations on dynamics are the most important thing we have, because our virtuosity as a horn player is actually usually not a virtuosity that is about fast notes or about like, the virtuosity what we want from a string or woodwind player or even trumpet player. Our virtuosity is to play nice notes all through our range in different dynamics and create good sounds. And if you don't practice these things in different dynamics, it's really very hard to, at some point, be asked in an orchestra to play loud or soft notes if you don't practice them. So I thought about like giving you some examples of exercises and why you should do them. Usually my warming up consists, I'm not doing a lot of buzzing, I'm not as brave as Luca is. I'm not doing a lot of exercises with my breathing, but I try to do a lot of different dynamics, and I will just show you a couple of very easy exercises, and I think they might be helpful for everybody. And also to actually know when you do these exercises what you should focus on, because a lot of people do daily exercises just because they do daily exercises, and if you do this for an hour, your brain doesn't work and your embouchure will never get better if you just do them all the time, the same routine. Because the goal actually should be to be getting better every day, even me. I try my best. Luca does also, I know that. I can see his face, even if it's very small. After warming up, and my warming up routine is quite short, but I do this warming up routine usually in one dynamic. I find exercises that extend my range and that actually are a bit trying to come from a low register to high register to low register, things like this. I use easy exercises, but different dynamics. For example, easy exercise, F horn. So this exercise is an exercise that I do more or less daily. It is an exercise that brings you from your low medium range up to the higher range. Focus on air, or air going up, air going down, but also focus on where do you change to which part of your embouchure. So if you like do these exercises, quite warm in here, then pay attention that where you change your lips in which position to come to. Try to focus on the air stream not being like pushing every note, but like a long note. Try to reach the next note always fast and don't press. This is actually an exercise that is also for non-pressure. You can do this exercise slow, you can do it fast, you can do it stopped, you can do it loud, but try to make the sound on every note the same. This is one of the easy exercises. Another one is coming from low. Also there, different dynamics. Focus on where your changes are. Try to make the sound equal from low to high. Try to make crescendos, try to make diminuendos, so that you don't do exercises the same every day. This is my sort of like a little message. Things like this, try to make it harder for you. Really soft, really loud, so that your daily exercises are demanding. They are demanding for you. and you don't get into a daily exercise routine that just runs and you don't actually know what you're doing. Because I think focusing on this is quite important, and you will need it later in the orchestra. If someone conductor says, oh, can you play this much softer or much louder, or you will always be prepared. This is one of the things I think is very important. Do them. I know at the moment everybody is at home, or a lot of us are at home and stuck, and it's really hard to play loud. So do them stopped. Very easy. Neighbors would love you if you don't play too loud and not stopped. Try to get to make your range bigger. Go higher than you would usually do. Try it out every day. Lower, higher, things like this. In all the dynamics. Luca, what do you think? Luca's not listening. So these are for me quite essential things, and I try to encourage people just when they practice.
Sorry, Stefan. No, because my microphone is off when you talk. So you need to give me 1 second that they push the button. Sorry.
Perfect. No, I was just asking, like, if you have a new colleague in the orchestra and you have the feeling that he's not playing loud or soft enough, do you think that is usually because the people don't practice accordingly to it?
I think you're completely right, because on my experience, Stefan, and we also play together, and I know how much pianissimo you can play. And when I first jumped in the Leipzig orchestra, for instance, I was coming from a different school, and all the people in Leipzig were playing so piano, so pianissimo, and I came to you, and you said, "Welcome in Germany." So I came to you and you said, okay, just practice the limit of your pianissimo. And then you go to another limit. And the fortissimo will be okay. You will have the fortissimo forever. You told me, I remember this phrase.
Yes, I think you were 12 when you did that. No, just kidding. But you're absolutely right. I think what also is one of the biggest problems is when we do this playing piano, we a lot of times forget that we should not do playing piano without the air. This is something what I see a lot of times. People try to make diminuendos, and you can hear the sound going from loud to soft. And the sound loses every heart and core because the people just say, oh, I make a diminuendo. Actually, my lip stays the same, but I just reduce the air that I put in the horn. But a good piano sound always has to be carried by the air. So if you like, so reducing the dynamic should more or less happen with the lip, less with the air. So of course you have to reduce the air from forte to piano, but what you actually have to do is to make the opening smaller, so that the air carries your sound even in piano. And the biggest problem is, of course, we all practice now at small rooms. We don't have big rooms to practice in at the moment, but if you have a big room, or if you go into a big room, you will find out that a piano sound without air is not reaching the end of the hall in a way, or it sounds really, not so nice. So this is another exercise is going from piano to forte and the other way around on just single notes. I love simple exercises because I think simple exercises are always the ones that actually help us the most, because also our job in the orchestra usually is simple notes. There's not a lot of virtuosity, as I said, but simple notes and single simple notes, diminuendos, crescendos, for me quite important. They don't have to be extra long, but just to know what your face does when you do these things. And this is, I think, in the basic understanding of daily exercises, sometimes something people forget. They do the daily exercises, but they don't think anymore what they are for. And I think this is quite something I want to encourage people to say, I do this daily exercises for my flexibility. Flexibility means I'm not allowed to press too much. I do this daily exercises for my sound. Actually, every daily exercise should be for the sound and should be carried out with a nice sound. So it's not a lot of like exercises that I do that shouldn't sound nice, hopefully. And go to the limits. What do you think, Luca?
To break our limits.
Yes, go to the limits, even go over your limits. It is not really dangerous to play a note in your practice room that is over the limit, even loud or soft. If it sort of like goes away, that means, that is my limit. And I try again and try again until I can reach what I want to reach. And I think very important, as you said already, Luca, is go over the limit. It's not go to the limit, go over the limit, go for the risk. It is the risk that makes us finding the notes in every dynamic, and that people can say, wow, that note in that dynamic, I've never heard that like this before. And this, I think, should be your daily goal in daily exercises. I think there might be a lot of questions somewhere, hopefully.
Yes.
So,
please, students, take advantage of having here Stefan DOHR and ask as much as you can. Metti lo schermo grande.
Hello.
hello, Cindy. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very good. It's a bit hot in here at the moment. It's very humid, so I'm sweating a bit. But beside of this,
Same here.
Good. What's your question?
So I want to ask, how do we develop our endurance without hurting the lips? Let's say that we feel some pain when we practice a lot. So we have to stop for a lot of time until we rest. How does it work really to not reach that moment where we have to stop playing, but instead develop this endurance? How do we know when to stop and stuff like that?
Usually your body tells you. Your body tells you when it hurts, your body tells you when your face is... You should not reach the moment like when it hurts. Thank you for the question. But you should go... this is why I talk about control. This control also have a mirror. It's nice to see your face, and it's nice to see his own face, of course. It is a bit like in sport. If you... I don't know if you do sport. If you want to run like 15 kilometers... Let's say 10. We want to stay like honest. Let's say I want to run 10 kilometers. So I won't start with 10 kilometers, because then if I start with 10 kilometers, I wouldn't be able to walk the next day. And this is a bit like the same in horn playing. If you want to reach like this, then you cannot start with that. Yeah. So thing is, basically what you do is to reach limits without losing control, because your face will only hurt if you have lost control about muscles, air, breathing, things like this. So you go to a level of where you feel, this is the loss of control, and you've done your exercises going up, like a power exercise. And at some point you feel, this is not working anymore. So what do? Usually you put the horn away, go for coffee. That's what Luca and I would do. We would actually have a nice pizza somewhere.
And a beer.
No, and a beer. No, what we do is you go up there, then you take 3 steps down again and go up again, but with breaks, so you don't hurt your face. If you train this the next day or the next week, I'm quite sure the next note will come. because you have trained your muscles accordingly to what you want. And this actually is like, I build up power, but we can't build up power in one day. If I would go to the gym and say this, I would do like, yes, I can lift 300 kilos, I would just die. And my muscles will be hurting the next day and things like this. It's the same with horn playing. So if you want to reach a level, go slowly, go on a, you know, daily to weekly base a bit higher. Not, I can reach my limits every day, like I can go higher, higher, higher. That might hurt. Don't do that. Just try to make the sound very nice. If you have reached a limit where you feel like, oh, this is out of control, take 2 steps down, 3 steps down, and try again, slowly. More questions? I don't see a lot of people, so I'm a little, wait, where's my list?
Metti lo schermo intero, Sabrina? No, lo
Look, I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Sometimes you disappear.
Okay. So I put everyone so you can see. There is anyone that have a question, please? Okay, up there. Open your mic.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. Good morning, Stefan. Good morning.
Good
Luca.
morning. Wait, I'm trying to see you, but I don't know how. Wait. Now I can see more of you. Kelly.
Kelly,
I can see you. That's great. Hello, Kelly.
Hello. Well, Stefan, what do you think about stage fear or anxiety before performance? Please.
Stage fear. Stage fear? Oh, yes. I was not very good at being fearless when I was younger, I have to say. I was really very nervous, and I really actually played a couple of concerts really not very well because of that. The only thing I can do for that, and I don't do any meditation or things like this, I only can play in front of people. Of course, at the moment, this is very difficult. But even if you have friends that do play the horn, you can now even yourself do a Zoom meeting and say, yes, I play this and this for you now. That makes it like an experience that you usually have only in a concert hall or in a room with friends. But the training of it is just actually play in front of people, because that situation is quite unique, and you can imagine it for yourself while playing, but you can't actually train it without other people. For me, I could never do that, like in preparation. So the best preparation is to actually play. Play public as often as possible. There was another question coming. Let me see in the chat.
There is probably, I saw before, I can read from far. There is anybody else that want to ask a question? Yes.
There's a question.
I would like to ask.
Okay, sorry, go.
Can I? Hi. My question is what is the best way to get back in shape after a break? I'm not sure if a short or long break, but just a break when your muscles are not really there anymore.
Yeah, I think try to avoid extreme things. And if I said at the beginning, yes, the daily exercises, do them in all dynamics. This does not actually mean you should do them if you had a break in all dynamics. You should start the mezzo piano that I don't like. You should start where you feel most comfortable, and then extend the range in both directions at the same time. And then slowly but surely extend the dynamics and extend the range. It's not something that you can do in one day. I haven't actually been practicing the last 2 weeks, so I have to do that now again. And of course, it is sometimes a bit boring to do that, and you need breaks. Yeah, if you do like 20 minutes, you feel already like, oh, this is really tiring. Take breaks. Have more coffee than you should have. You can read newspapers if you want to. Have breaks. Breaks is sometimes really good. it's also like when people play these 2 pages exercise things, and you can hear already like, oh, that lip is going to be tired very soon, and then what do you do the rest of the day because your lip is already giving up? So really take your time to come back, extend the range, extend the dynamic slowly. That's my only advice I can give.
Okay, thank you very much.
There was another question. Wait, I'm sorry. That is in the chat. The question is from Jorge Carrera. That's right. How can I do the trills without lose control? Sorry for my English speakers from Venezuela. Very good English, no problem. I don't actually know what he means in this, but control in trills. A lot of people call the trills lip trills. I actually don't do the twirls with my lip. I do sort of like chin. Luca is already like, some people do them with their tongue. I've seen some interesting videos of an MRI where people like trill and you can see that the tongue goes up and down. I actually can't do that. My tongue is very slow anyway, so I have to train daily, like staccato exercises. But I usually use this, and you can see that. It's a very small movement of the chin, and that's very easy to control actually. When you want to control it, the best exercise is take a metronome and get faster. Boring exercise, yes, sure, but quite effective. The other thing is always try to take the embouchure of the higher note, so that makes it a bit easier for the trill to get faster. If you try to do that from the embouchure of the lower lip, you sort of like, oh, you struggle a bit. I hope that helped. More questions? How do you deal with, okay. How do you deal, this is David. How do you deal with slurring large intervals such as anything above an octave? Okay. Yes, we have these sometimes. Things like this. Yes, also the approach is the same. Don't start with these intervals. If you have a helping note sometimes, like take first the octave and then the next note. So instead of going directly to so that you know exactly what steps your lip have to do to reach this high note. For example, also this is quite helpful sometimes to have helping notes in if you have to hit a high note after a break. Example. So that note is sometimes for everybody a bit like hard to hear to get to find. So if you put in a helping note, so you repeat the F sharp to know from the F sharp to the B flat is not very high. So your brain will tell you, and then it's quite easy to find it. So building helping notes is like making the step controllable, and you sort of like, oh, this goes quite, it's easy to do this. It's not so easy to do. But if you do, that's easier. So do sometimes with the helping notes and then just get rid of it. But your lip will still remember sort of like the process, how to get there.
Any other?
There must be questions.
There.
Here we have, nope, why there's a chat, sorry. Just trying to look. 1, 2, 3. Stefan, when you play mezzo forte or forte, move away from the microphone a bit because, oh, that's not a question. That's just the Zoom.
A suggestion.
I'm
a
really
suggestion.
sorry. Yes, How do you prepare yourself before a performance? Not for anxiety, but about musicality. What do you think about? Stefania. Yes, there is. Hello, Stefania. I can see you. You have a live headphone now. The thing is, I usually, when I'm in Italy and visit Luca, and I have a very hard concert, we go out party all night, every time. No, of course not. So we go out after the concert, not before. Preparation number one is, yes.
Don't go to the party before the concert.
Your mental preparation is quite important. Your musical preparation is very important. Every note you play, you should have a direction. Every note. Even if it's a long note, you should know where it is going musically. Even if someone else plays the melody, be supportive. I think this is something that makes chamber music or good orchestra playing really nice. Then if everybody listens and goes in the same direction. Phrasing is the most important thing we have musically, so that the people can follow your line. It's a bit like if I would say, yes, I went to the Italian brass week and it was really wonderful to be there and things like this. Of course, no one will listen to me. And the same with the horn playing. If you don't play a phrase, no one is going to listen to you because they think it's boring. More questions.
Okay.
Wait.
No.
No. Here, my tongue is really slow, and I don't wait.
My tongue too.
Right, I have to read that. 1 second. Sorry, it's a bit slow. My tongue is really slow. I don't get the exercise that works for me. Any suggestions? Sure. First of all, tongue slow. The first thing is a lot of people then try to make it faster by doing endless staccato lines, and that makes the tongue even slower because it would get very big and yes. Sing simple notes, sing simple exercises. I'll move away. So. Just add one note. Start with one, then two, and so on. Very simple. Ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ya-da-da-da-dum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba, and so on. So that is a very simple exercise. Another thing is like a combination of if you do like tongue scales, fast scales, do a combination of legato and staccato. So, for example, so if you do them first legato, then you set up your speed, and your tongue will follow it a bit. So your brain does say, "Oh, I can do that fast," and then in staccato you will do the same thing. Try to avoid a lot of movement in the tongue. Try to avoid like finishing the note with the tongue. You don't need things like this. Just let the air go after you attack the note. That's quite important, I think. So that is. Do a combination of tenuto and staccato notes. Like for example, 4 notes in tenuto. Things like this also help. Metronome, don't overdo it. Breaks, again, also your tongue is a muscle, so also that needs breaks. I hope that helped, maybe.
Stefan, I want to thank you very much, and I'm sure the students are very happy to have your suggestion. And I'm telling you that next year I'm waiting you live here in Florence, and I will personally cook for you, brings the best wine. Please find a way to come back in the Italian Brass Week, Stefan.
I think I will come earlier to you.
Okay. Okay. Anytime you want to come, you know my house is your house. And
or we meet in Berlin. That's nice too.
yeah.
Hopefully
Stefan.
we are all able to travel at some point just normally and don't have the fear of sitting with masks and do this, but it might take a while.
Okay. Stefan, I love you. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Stefan.
Vielen Dank.
Sehr, sehr gerne.
Vielen Dank.
Tschüssi.
Tschüss.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Tschüss.
Ciao,
Ciao.
ragazzi.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive, and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Dale Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
DM brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
AR Resonance is a true Italian craftsman company merging science and art. Antonio has developed a unique approach to creating versatile instruments and mouthpieces which offer a wide array of sounds, spanning from brilliant and vibrant to rich and mellow and everything in between. The primary mission in developing AR Resonance products is to simplify the player's efforts by fine-tuning the response of every element of the equipment. Using the finest modern technology, artisanal ethics, coupled with the typical classy Italian aesthetic, Antonio has built a line of products that have achieved global notoriety, on par with top custom brands in this business. The use of non-conventional materials, bronze, titanium, stainless steel, and buffalo horn, to name a few, allows for immense personalization in sound and feel. With thousands of combinations of rims, cups, weights, backbores, materials, and platings, there is something for even the most discerning of musicians. Mouthpieces are available for trumpets in any key, cornets, flugelhorns, trombones, euphoniums, and tubas. Most of the key components of trumpets and flugelhorns are made on CNC machines that create precise fits for a true tension-free result. From the water keys to the way the braces fit the threaded integral receiver lead pipe, elements of the horn are 3D modeled and manufactured in our shop. AR Resonance is built on a deep understanding of how equipment works and how players think. The result is a truly unique and world-class line of instruments. Currently, there are 8 models of horns in production, with more on the way. The mouthpiece threads into the horn using a triple-threaded system, which allows for an ideal fit, quick insertion and removal, and the option to choose any gap level needed, which ultimately connects the player to the horn in the most efficient way possible. AR Resonance is a family-owned small business located in a small village in northern Italy. Antonio and his wife Elisa enjoy the company of the many customers that visit them from across the globe. Their goal is to leave a personal stamp on the industry through kindness, competence, and the joy of creating art that allows for artistic creation.
There he is, Mattias. Can you hear us? No.
I don't think so. Hello, Mattias?
Mattias, hello? No.
Hello, Mattias? Okay. Hello, Mattias? Microphone on.
Microphone.
Scriviglielo. Hello? Can you hear me?
No.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Hey, yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We got it.
Willkommen.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome to the Italian Brass Week 2020.
Just a moment, I want to use my other device, but maybe I just use it. Okay, and now? Do you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
Fantastico, wonderful voice.
Perfectly.
Okay, great. So, I'm ready.
Thank you very much, Mattias, to take part to the Italian Brass Week online festival.
Yes, you're welcome.
So, if you want to present your topic about your masterclass, you are able to do it, and then you can start your masterclass.
Okay, actually, will I see the participants or I see always just myself?
It depends on you. You can choose to be host and be interactive with the students, or we only see you and you just make your masterclass. It depends on this.
Yeah, for me it doesn't matter. But now it's okay. If it's working, then I'm not worried. I was a little bit worried about the Zoom meeting always a little bit. Yeah, I just change the angle of the camera. Okay. Okay.
So, just start your masterclass and enjoy it.
Okay, hello. I'm Matthias VEER. I'm based on in Stuttgart at the State Opera House, and I'm Hungarian. I was born in Budapest in 1981. I'm almost 40 years old, and I do some masterclass and festivals yearly, and I like to teach, and I like to play trombone. That's the most important thing. And thank you for the invitation for the Italian Brass Week 2020 edition. This is a special situation because of the COVID-19, and it's a great thing. We can do things online, and this works. Yeah, we did the VIZZUTTI's online trombone competition. That was also a big success. So I'm really happy people are active and try to be interactive and use all of this stuff to make the life more exciting and colorful. Firstly, I would like to talk a little bit about my roots. I'm coming from a musician family. I'm coming from a really traditional musician family. My father is a clarinetist, and my mother plays viola. And my two brothers play violin, and I have also a sister. She played oboe, but she became other profession. Anyway, how I started to play, how I started to contact with music, that was really early. So I was already in my mother's stomach, and then just get the music from everywhere, because she was an active musician at the time, and also she went to concerts and just listened to the performance of my father and the symphony orchestra. So I was really infected from really early age. And I think the first thing I just started to sing when I was like 2 years old or 3 years old. So I just sing lots of melodies and songs, and that's why I really wanted to do something. And I played a little violin from age 7 to 8, 1 year, but I realized that's not my instrument. And later I chose a trombone, but directly the trombone. So I was really young, so I had a no-web trombone or small shank that was like not too heavy, so I could really manage it. I was a strong guy already at that age. So I didn't play euphonium or baritone or these instruments. No, I directly went to the trombone and just tried to play. So I play already like 30 years, 31 years, and that's a long story. And then the music school system in Hungary, it's coming from the heritage of Zoltán Kodály. So it's really they found out in the 1950s and 40s and beginning of the 20th century, the music is really important. The music education is really important. So to every school, every normal school, just regular elementary school, you had to learn music. So it was music lessons 1-2 times or even more times a week. But I went to a special school which had I think 4 times music lesson per week, and that was a really good thing. And beside this, I went to the music school and I started to learn the trombone, and I went to a children choir, and I was stage on at the opera house. So I sang all of the children choir from all the operas actually. So I was singing 5 years that time, and parallel, I think I was like 11 years old when I said, okay, if I cannot be a singer, then I will be a trombonist. So I'm a trombonist now, but I like to sing. But I think trombone was a little bit closer to my personality, so I choose that one. And about the school system, what I mentioned before, which start by Kodály and these great guys and Béla Bartók, they really want to make the education really hard. So I mean, like, all of this music school that time was completely free. So you didn't have to pay any money to learn music, and you get 2 times private lesson from your teacher. You could go to the band. You could have solfeggio lessons, theoretic lessons. You could have piano lessons, everything. You didn't have to pay any money for that. So that was, I was really lucky to have this. And still nowadays, I heard it's still not really expensive. If you want to go to music school, it's cost like €100 per half year. So it's extremely cheap compared with other European countries or countries from other part of the world. So that was a really lucky thing for me, and that's why I got lots of good teachers, lots of good impressions how to do, and because of the singing, I saw a really other perspective of the music and the music play, not only instrumental, also vocal. So this is later became really important for me, how to play the trombone, how to make the articulation, how to connect with the normal voice articulation to play the trombone, how to change the color of the sound, how to make darker and brighter, and all of this stuff. Yeah, I go a little bit more to my education. Then I went to the Francis Music Academy in Budapest, and I had 2 teachers. First, at the first 4 years, I had Tibor Stan. He was already at that time over 70 years old. So he started playing in orchestra in the 1960s, and he already played with that conductors who get the first instruction from the composer who composed the piece, for example, the beginning of the 20th century. So he always told me, hey, when I teach you how to play the Mahler third, that I heard from the conductor who get the instruction, who get the instruction direct from Gustav Mahler. So that time I felt that it was a little bit old-fashioned, because the time has changed and the style has changed, but that was so good to hear. when he said, hey, the rhythm is not like that, which is written, it should play like pa, 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 like this, because that guy told, who heard the story, or the instruction direct from Gustav Mahler. So that's why I say always good when you can learn from an old teacher, because they have much more experience and they have some information you cannot know because of your age. And then I talk a little bit about how I play the trombone, which I say like always, like try to sing on the trombone. So how to connect the singing with the trombone. So I like to play first, which is the most important for me, to play a beautiful, nice sound, which is I remember when I was 8 years old, and my first lesson, my teacher gave me the mouthpiece, and he said, "Okay, just go." I get some noise, and he said, "Okay, take the trombone. It's the most important to get the nice sound. So when you have a nice sound, that's the most important, and then all the other things coming later. So all the technical stuff, double tone, triple tone, and high register, low register, flexibility is not as important than the sound itself." So that's my first and most important thing. The second is the flexibility, because I thought it's in the 21st century we have to be extremely flexible. So we cannot really say like, "Hey, I'm just a high trombonist. I'm just a low trombonist. I'm a second trombonist. I'm a bass trombonist." No, it doesn't work. You get the call, "Hey, we have a gig. Just come. Play first trombone." Okay. Just play bass trombone. Okay. Just play something, some extra instrument like bass trumpet or anything. You have to do that because this is our age. This kind of flexibility is super important. So that's why when you make your practice, your daily practice, your daily routine, then you need to practice the flexibility, and you have to stretch your skills. You have to make it much more flexible than is it. So then I just show you some warm-ups. That's why I just prepared. I always did my warm-up. So I remember probably I was like 13 years old, and my teacher told me, "Hey, then play this warm-up because that's my warm-up." And I told to my teacher, "Hey, teacher, I don't want to play your warm-up because I have my warm-up." So that was a little bit brave. I'm like age 13, you say this to your teacher. But I already did my method, so it was never a question, what should I play? I just get the melody and the idea and just play. So I just play some really basic stuff, like the beginning of the warm-up. When we have our warm-up, that's that 20 minutes or half an hour or 5 minutes is the only time when we can when we don't need to use our tongue, so we can just use our airflow to start to know. And why is it so important? Because when you use your tongue, you already give some tension to your embouchure and you prepare something what you learn. But when you don't use your tongue, then it's just really your body is working. So you have to, then only the airflow is working, and the muscles stay relaxed. So then you can focus much better to see how is the condition of your muscles in your embouchure, and how is your body working, and how is your breathing. So if you can never use your tongue, this special, easy exercise. Okay, just play one more. Then usually I do my warm-ups from B flat, because I think it's the best if you start all of the exercises from B to F, because these two notes come really easy. So you don't need to make a big effort to play these notes. Even I'm on summer holidays, so I don't practice too much this time. But it's coming, so we don't need to worry about that. Now and then I play from F, sometimes from D. Now I play two exercises from F. And then how to practice flexibility. Then I say, okay, then go to the control register. Or do some octave practices. Always start this kind of practice really slow and quiet. So never use more dynamic than mezzo piano. So first time, for example, you want to do this practice in this tempo. Then first time, you start to practice. Then you use your metronome and you try to play every day a little bit faster, and you get this. Okay. I have good news. It's coming by daily warm-up, an exercise book just later on this year. So all of this exercise is coming from my book. And also in my book, because of the singing, I say it's really important to play some cantabile etudes every day. And I like BOWDEN, like BLAŽEVIČ, all of this thing. But I found, for me, these etudes are really good, but don't go too much high and too low. or maybe just stay in too low register and stay in a high register, but don't mix it. And that's why I say, like, when we want to be flexible, then I want to practice different things in one attitude. So I don't want to practice just high and just low. No, all the time I want to practice low and high. So that's why I wrote 20 attitudes. Then I just play some example, like 2 short attitudes. This is in moderato, and this is a melody coming a little bit from busy Carmen, but just a little bit, because I like operas, and I really love the opera melodies. And now I play an allegro, which is a little bit gets the rhythm of the Haydn creation, and also the concept for this is to get some, of course, some rhythmical part, or sometimes a little bit similar stuff than an orchestra excerpt, what we have to practice. So then it helps you to practice already these rhythms well. Okay, just an example for an allegro etude. As you heard, I went down to contrapunct and I played also. So I played in this set it's 3 octaves, and usually in net you just play like 2 octaves. So I try to stretch a little bit these things, and also in the previous set it was the range from contra pedal F to the high C. So it was even more. Not too much, but sometimes just make these things. Okay, that's it. I don't see the time, so I have no idea when it's the half an hour is off. So what I can just talk a little bit more about how developed the Hungarian brass school. The Hungarian brass school, the roots coming from the Schwäbisch roots, which is actually the German part of Germany. The Schwäbisch people living mostly in Baden-Württemberg, which is actually the capital is Stuttgart, where I'm living now. I'm not Schwäbisch, but many people from this region, from near to the Donau River, came to Hungary at the end of the 19th century, and they start to make business because the country called them to make Hungary better and get some people who get a good profession, and then they can help to develop the country. But these people also had the tradition, already had the tradition of the brass music. So they bring the instruments from Germany, and they start to do brass bands and this kind of Schwäbisch brass bands. So that was the end of the 19th century, and then Franz Liszt made the music university. The end of the 19th century was already exist. Actually, the first music academy was just Franz Liszt house. So I mean, like, his apartment was there, and his library, and students came there and they could learn music there. It still exists, this building. It's a really small one. And then they built the bigger university in the beginning of the 20th century, and that's where I studied. But then I think a big change was in the 1960s and 70s, because we had the communism in Hungary, which was a really big stamp on our life, what can we do and what we cannot do. So it was a really close, I mean, like, we couldn't really go out. So people had idea what's happening outside, because some people, some orchestra could play concerts in Europe or America, United States or something. And they had some idea how other brass players plays. Okay, from less low to all, we can see that you are going. Oh, sorry, I didn't see the question. Was a little bit too quick. Yeah, I try to make change the picture. Okay. Sorry, I don't. Okay, I don't touch it because maybe I just leave it. Could you write me this question again?
Hi, Mr. Matthias VEER. We can see that you are organizing more and more trombone festivals. Would you mind sharing what are the difficulties you have faced so far? Did you co-work with no musician partners? Thank you so much.
Yeah, we do annually a trombone festival with Zoltánkis. This is called Hungarian Trombone Camp, and yeah, now this year coming the 4th edition, and we canceled once because of COVID-19, but now it seems we can do because the situation is better. But we do really small, so we just invite a few people, and we try to make it. We try to, use and keep the social distancing, and try to. That's why we don't call too many people. I think now this online festival is a better idea. How can we talk with sponsors and like this? It's always there are some companies, some people are really open, and they like to support these events, and well, yeah. So we are welcome people, if you can check our website. You can just go to our Facebook page, and if you want, and you can organize a travel, just take a train or just your car and just come to called Kolokcsar. It's a hometown of the paprika, Hungarian paprika. So you can go in August 27 to 30, and we make a small festival. We do some concerts with Zoltan. We play with brass bands, and it will be a big fun. Can I get other question?
Matthias, I don't want to be impolite, but the time is running, and the TV studio is telling me that we should skip. And I would like to thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
And I would like to say, I know many words, but they're all bad words in Hungarian. But I can say this, Egészségedre.
Yeah, that's always works.
So, thank you. Egészségedre, yeah.
That's what it means.
So, thank you very much for your participation. We keep in touch, Matthias, for the next year online, not online, live festival, because we need to talk about many things, okay?
Yes. Hey, guys, thank you so much, and hope see you next year.
Okay. Thank you very
Matthias.
much. Grazie.
Thank you.
Danke.
Bye.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
I would wholeheartedly like to support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week. Young French horn players from all over the world attend this yearly week of study and performance, and it's only positive and the results are excellent. Please support Maestro Benucci's Italian Brass Week.
Musicians from all over the world and students from all over the world will have the chance to study with these amazing musicians.
My name is Deo Clevenger, associated with the Italian Brass since its beginning.
Hello everybody, Alain Trudel du Canada.
This year we will have a special edition and we will crowdfunding to help your dreams. We also have a dream to make it become reality. This is our mission, to give the wings to the talent from all over the world. We hold new generation of musicians close to our hearts. We dedicate our passion, time and energy each year to them by organizing this festival. Dedicate something to this, except you, with your donations and help make these dreams to study at the Italian Brass Week come true.
Brass visualizer. It is a round rim. You put it around your mouthpiece and you get your mouthpiece. And the DM Brass people, Danilo, he makes a very good product.
Hello!
David Bruchez.
David!
Welcome to Italian Brass Week.
Willkommen an, welcome, benvenuto, carissimo.
Grazie. Quando c'è l'ultima volta? 97.
97.
Swiss Brass Week.
Swiss Brass Week, davvero?
Con Roger, con Joe, con Phil. Va bene il volume?
Un pochino, un po' più alto, David.
Va bene, lasciami provare.
È vero.
Così è meglio?
Sì, eravamo più giovani e più belli.
No, penso di no.
No.
Non è possibile.
Impossibile. Sì, che noi, io, te e Anne Visser eravamo gli artisti emergenti.
Esattamente.
È vero, è vero.
Olivier Toria.
Ma lo sai chi mi ha chiamato ieri sera? Alle 11:30, Jean-Pierre Maté. Alle 11:30.
Non poteva dormire.
Allora, thank you very much, David. He was invited this year, finally, because we try many years. Finally, I invite him. He could make it this year, and the pandemic destroyed our plans. The pandemic. So, at least you are there. And I'm very happy. Thank you very much, David. And
Thank you for the invitation.
and that we will try again next year to have you here, so you can enjoy some good wine and some good food and great music.
Good, good, good. So who's there? So actually for the class.
Ok, I can check. Sabrina, mi metteresti per favore il... Sabrina? Sì, no, ti vedevo il telefono. Just a second, David. I want to check. Yeah, they open now. There is some of not many, but you have at least 4 or 5 students.
Okay, Egan, Lens, Max, right?
Yeah.
So is it good all in English, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So I was thinking to do some very easy exercise to place the sound. So if you have your instrument next to you guys, you can, I mean, you keep muted. Otherwise, we are not going to be together. But we will do some exercise together. So thank you. I go, right? I start the class. Is it okay for you, Luca?
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Okay, I hope to meet you in the real world very soon.
Anytime, when you come past to Florence, just ring me up.
I'm just now a little bit lower. I am in Molise right now.
Meraviglioso il Molise. I know that you have a house down there, yeah?
Exactly. Okay, so maybe, I mean, for the students, I'm going to start, I explain you, I mean, I live in Zurich. I play in the Tonale Orchestra since 15 years. Before that, I was 10 years in the Opera House, also in Zurich, and I love teaching since ever. Yeah. And what I was thinking today to do is to show you something like what is some exercise that are helping me a lot to place my sound on the instrument. And so for that I will do the exercise. I mean, we will start on B flat, then going on E flat, A flat, so that I will use the circle of fifths. And before playing in the instrument, and I will show you now what I mean with that, I will, so that's the B flat. I like to have like a whistle. I hope you hear me good. Maybe make me a sign if you hear my air stream. Do you hear it? Igant? Yes? Lens? Or is it too soft? I need a feedback from you guys.
Can you please, students, I'm talking to the students, can you please open the cam and open the microphone, because he would like to have an interaction with you. Thank you. Nice glasses.
Ciao, Lens. So do you hear my airstream here? Or not?
At the hot show.
Very soft.
Very soft. So if I go, you hear it better, right?
A little bit better, yeah.
Okay, I will just fix my volume a little bit higher, and then we will go for it. Okay. So I will go in the circle of fifths. Once I will whistle this sound with my hair, and then put the trombone on my lips and let it go. So. Okay. Did you check the system? Could you try it? Lens. Or Igant? Is it your name? Igant? No. Igant. Okay, you can really try. You don't have your instrument with you at the moment? Okay, but you can try that later if you wish. The voice is too soft. Okay. I don't know how much I can make it. Okay, maybe here. Now I think it's louder, right? I think now it's much louder. But maybe the playing is too loud? A little bit. No? It's okay? Okay. So, I went through, I mean, that's what I like, is to make the whistle of the air on the same pitch as what you want to play later. Like that, I have a very open throat and very easy to change the register. Yes. So if you want to try, feel free to try that with me. I will do now a other exercise with the same idea. So. So fa si mi si fa. Yeah. And first, listen now my air again. And then. And then I will go to mi, la, re, la, mi. Make sure when you practice that you have a very steady pulse. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. About how I can use that, or you can use that, as a staccato, or using also the tongue with this. Yeah, you hear that? So the pitch in my hair. Yes, try to do that once. Yes. And now we can go like si, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. Yes, let's try. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So you see, you keep your throat open like that, and you have a very centered sound and easy sound. Tu, tu. Now let's go in Do majeur. Do, do, do. Yeah, we try with the instrument. 1, 2. Yes. D major. D, do. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. But for me, it's very loud in my headphones. Okay. We go in E flat. One, two. Yeah. And now we go down from E, low E. Then you see that's doing that, this blowing, whistling in your mouth. You are adjusting the airstream. But if you hear good, you hear a multiphonics, because you hear my first E, and then you hear on top of that my scale going down. And certainly 80% of your air is staying here, like the E, this middle E, and your tongue is moving a little bit to make these other sounds possible. One, two. Yeah. So like that, you are very precise on the stability of your sound, and you are very flexible. I hope you could try that and it function. If you have a question, feel free to ask or write or open your microphone and ask for it. Otherwise, I will go on a little bit further with the same principles. Yeah? No question yet? Or Lance, you want to ask something? No. No. Okay. That's okay. It's okay. But you have really cool sunglasses. Good.
My normal glass is broken and I have problem wearing, so I can only wear my sunglasses before I get my new one.
Yeah, but don't apologize. It looks very fancy.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Now we can try this with some flexibility. So one octave higher. Or one octave lower. So you see here, I mean, I like very much this exercise because it helps me really to start. I mean, now I am in middle of holidays. I don't practice actually at all. It's not even my instrument. That's the instrument that I live here. And but like that, you can still have go around the instrument pretty quickly without forcing your embouchure. So now let's do we will do again a fifth. I mean the fifth circle. So we can start in B flat. Let's start in B flat. Then go to E flat, A flat, D flat, J flat, and etc. And we do this staccato exercise. So. Okay, so I think you get the idea of the exercise. So also when I practice pieces, I would love to do that. I mean, to make sure that even without a strong warm-up or not really in shape, you have for a beautiful sound and centered sound, you know, I mean really a ringing sound. Yeah. For example, I will play for you the beginning of the Guillemot Morceau Symphony. Yeah? Only to finish, I mean the beginning of the Allegro Moderato from the Guillemot. One, two. I mean, I practice like that a long time in the day, and especially at the end of the holidays, I do that, and in very short time I will be back in my normal shape. And I hope that with the normal shape we are going to have a lot of concerts going on in the coming fall. Do you have questions? I mean, any questions? Egan or Max or Lance, or I mean somebody else around, I don't know. Please free to ask if could you make it, this whistle, Egan? Yeah? You like it? Could it open your throat, Lance? Yes, good, good, good.
It feels great. It's nice.
Did you use that already before?
Not much, but I use it a lot today.
Okay, very good, very good, very good. And somebody, different questions? I mean, about something else, what I didn't do today, but maybe.
How do you try to hold up your upper registers?
Sorry?
Like how do you practice your upper registers? Like, do you do it every day to the extreme, or do you reserve it? You reserve your chops when you have heavy concerts coming up?
No, I don't like to reserve the chops. But especially, I mean, I play trombone, you know, I play trombone. I don't play first trumpet or first horn with, I mean, it's hardly to have something really on the chops. I also don't play very big mouthpiece, so to don't break my chops. But I would practice, I mean, this way, what I did before, you know, so you can have playing high register or low register is actually on the lips very similar, you know. So if you go. So it's very about the control of not forcing when you go in the high range to go like, if as soon as I close here, then I cannot go as high as I wish. So try really, and certainly if you have, let's say, difficulty to play a high C, certainly you need to check your middle G, because that's where you start to close your throat in the middle G, and then you can maybe make it up to the high C, but make sure that, I mean, try to see where you are closing up something. If you are not closing up something, we have like a very high possibility to go in the high register. Yes. So make sure that your throat here is never touched, because that's, I mean, that's the most important place for me. Even, you know, so now in the holidays I have a longer mustache or beard, and I see actually I don't really need so much contact with the lips. It's, I mean, the airflow is much more important than my real physical lips. You know? Of course, the lips, they are there just to hold the airstream, that it makes you feel strong about it. Right? Did I answer your question, Lance? Okay, good. A different question? No. Okay. So, I mean, maybe, I mean, I show you just for 1 minute a little exercise that you can do. Now I will do that in multiphonics, because also the multiphonics open very much your throat. So that's very, it goes in the same direction. But that's an exercise you could do also with a colleague or with a drone for the intonation of your yes, the intonation. So it goes that. Something I like to do also with the drone, to make sure that's your intonation. I mean, that you listen this multiphonics listening. I mean, not only playing multiphonics, but having always a reference note, like a drone, you know. Okay, I see a different question. Maybe I will. Good morning. If it was difficult so Egon, do you speak also English? So good morning. If the percourse with the music, if it was difficult, and how did I got over it? So I'm very lucky. I mean, a very lucky person. I mean, I started to play the instrument very early, at 6. I was 6. My father died a year before, and he left a trombone and a trumpet in the living room, and I wanted absolutely to play. Then I started very early. Then I had a couple of very good teachers. And with the age of 16, I absolutely wanted to go to the orchestra, because most of it because I wanted to be financially. I wanted to be able to pay everything for me, and not have to that's my parents have to pay for it. And so then I got really like I started to try to understand what is it needed, what do they need in an orchestra. So I remember the first time I heard about orchestral excerpt, this word came in my mind, and then I started to learn those excerpts. I did a lot of auditions, and I won only 2 or 3% of those auditions. Now maybe a little bit more, maybe 6 or 7% of the audition I took, and I love to always learn new things. So for example, when I started the opera, I saw that I was not so good in harmony. Then I would play an opera and write down a passage that I would hear that was fantastic harmonically, and then I would try to go and check it on the score and try to understand what is it written, you know. So then get like new ideas. And now I do conduct, so I have a lot of things to learn, and I love to practice also the trumpet or different brass instrument to really to don't get closed down on one subject. So what I would do, what I would say about your question, if it was difficult in to get in the musical business, I think everything is difficult, but you need to observe, you need to listen. I mean, if you are here already, that means you want to learn. So try to listen and to understand what is it needed, and then go in your room and be very kind with you, but very get to the point, you know. Make it possible that is this camino, this way to get in the music business, that it will be possible. Yes, but of course that's also, you need a lot of luck, and every day I thank whoever I have to thank for this luck of being able to do the job that I like, you know. So good luck, Egan, and all of you guys. Yes.
David, thank you very much for the wonderful masterclass.
Yeah.
And
thank you for the invitation.
And I might, you know, Molise is not far from Puglia, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's on the way. Are you going to Puglia?
I'm going to Puglia. How long are you going to stay there? The whole month?
Till Ferragosto I will be here. Now a little bit before I have to go.
Okay, so I might come and call you, because I come to visit you and then I go to Puglia.
That would be great. I have some bottles in
the fridge.
Somewhere.
Somewhere. I love you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Bye bye.
See you soon. Huh?
Ciao, ciao,
ciao.
ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao. Yes, very nice masterclass, and we need to, as usual, every day. Now it's time to give a contribute from the studio, and then wait. back in the studio, and I'm very happy to present now Andrea Campani from the Trattoria del Borro. Today he will present ravioli di zucchine con ricotta and 2 different tomatoes. And right after him, we will have Lirio Mangalaviti going to the wine section. And actually, this is the last day for the wine, not for the food, but for the wine. And he just said evoe, which is a way of saying in the Greek, in the ancient Greek, they were saying this way of say bye-bye to the god of wine. Okay? Enjoy!
Benvenuti a tutti, io sono Luisanna Messeri e mi occuperò della parte gastronomica della Italian Brass Week. Spero di soddisfarvi, è l'ora di pranzo e quindi ogni giorno vi presenterò un cuoco e una ricetta tra le migliori e tra le più buone che possiamo offrirvi a Firenze. Ho preparato per voi una spadellata di note. 7 incontri come 7 sono le note musicali. Sobrietà, sincerità, semplicità, queste le caratteristiche della cucina toscana. E se dico Etruschi, Lorenzo il Magnifico, Giotto, Botticelli, Michelangelo, Donatello, scommetto che anche voi cascate in terra in preda alla sindrome di Stendhal. E allora siete anche quelli che se dico bistecca, ribollita, pappa al pomodoro, olio extravergine d'oliva, panzanella, arista, fagioli zolfini, cavolo nero, zuppa inglese o bomboloni, ecco che scommetto che vi aumenta la salivazione. E allora non c'è verso, dovete venire a Firenze, perché dovete venire a scoprire quanto c'è ancora da gustare e da vedere. Dovete venire a conoscere i suoi uomini, le sue donne, i nostri prodotti, il famoso saper vivere toscano, che è quel modo schietto, forse anche un po' rustico, ma che ha conquistato il mondo. Tutti ingredienti che l'hanno resa unica, inimitabile, proprio come la sua gente. Firenze e la Toscana è patrimonio mondiale dell'umanità, patrimonio anche del mio cuore, e spero, con questi nostri incontri, che diventi anche un po' del vostro. Vi aspettiamo a Firenze e intanto viva la Italian Brass Week! Buon appetito a tutti! Palazzo Ferroni, Firenze, Lungarno Acciaioli. Lungarno, lungo l'Arno, eccola! Ponte Vecchio, allora sono vicina. Eccoci, sono vicina. Aspetta un attimo. Mi sa che è proprio questo. Il Borgo Toscano Bistro. Yes. Oh, ci siamo. It's the most beautiful place to eat in Florence. Ok?
Very good.
Ok. Oh, ho fatto pubblicità di già, Ecco, ci sono. Ah, lo vedo in postazione. Mannaggia. Ciao Andrea.
Ciao, buongiorno.
Sei pronto? Sei pronto?
Io sono pronto, sono emozionato.
Che bel posto. T'ho già venduto a 2 turisti inglesi.
Bene.
The best place to eat in Florence. Non so se si dice così, io ho un inglese un po' maccheronico, ma insomma.
Perfetto.
Si comincia?
Ci siamo, pronti.
Allora mi metto il grembiule e vengo. Caro Campani, ma noi ci siamo visti da un'altra parte anche, il Tenuta il Borro Bistrò, perché qui siamo a Firenze, di fronte all'Arno, in riva all'Arno.
Ci siamo visti a San Giustino, dove c'è l'azienda agricola, dove abbiamo l'albergo, il Relais Chateau e gli altri 2 ristoranti.
E quindi te sei uno e trino, perché vai su tre alberghi.
In realtà 4 o 5, perché abbiamo una nuova tenuta a Viesca e da ormai 3 anni un ristorante a Dubai. Quindi
Dio mio, ti dividi proprio.
Sì.
Sono venuta da Andrea perché lui fa dei piatti fenomenali, tradizione assoluta. Rispetto degli ingredienti più che assoluta, perché voi li coltivate anche?
Noi abbiamo questa grandissima fortuna di avere un'azienda agricola con un orto meraviglioso. Tutta l'azienda ormai è biologica, certificata dal 2015, e allora noi sì, ci si diverte settimana per settimana a utilizzare le verdure che ci propone Vittoria.
Vedi? Il Borro è questo posto bellissimo nel Valdarno, con distese di campi infinite. Io lo so perché mio babbo era lì, viveva lì da ragazzo, il mio nonno era il fabbro di questo posto, di questo Borro, che era degli Aosta. Invece adesso la proprietà è passata in mano ai Ferragamo e gli hanno dato una spinta fenomenale. Ma i Ferragamo mangiano questo piatto che ci fai oggi?
Ma mangiano spesso, sono amanti delle nostre verdure, per fortuna amanti anche della nostra cucina.
Se no ti tenevano lì
a fare cose.
Bravo Andrea. E oggi quindi che ci fai per la nostra settimana della musica Brass Week?
Oggi diciamo si festeggia l'inizio della stagione vera estiva dell'orto, quindi si farà un raviolo ripieno con delle zucchine e lo serviremo su una crema di pomodori, 2 pomodori diversi, la zucchina fiorentina per il ripieno, San Marzano e costoluto fiorentino per la salsa.
Perché questi 2 tipi di pomodoro?
2 pomodori perché voglio avere un po' di dolcezza ma allo stesso tempo un po' di acidità. Abbiamo 2 cotture diverse.
La dolcezza la dà il San Marzano?
La dà il San Marzano, ma con questa cottura qui togliamo via l'acqua e lasciamo quella punta d'acidità. Qui invece andiamo a ricercare la vera dolcezza del pomodoro.
Costoluto fiorentino, si sbaglia. Allora cominciamo subito. Hai tagliato queste zucchine, sono zucchine fiorentine?
La zucchina chiara fiorentina, tagliata in 4, tolgo un po' di semi, l'acqua dà sempre un po' fastidio, così abbiamo solamente il corpo, quello sodo.
Elevato e l'interno.
Cottura diversa, cottura in forno per il ripieno.
Li hai insaporiti col timo, il sale, il pepe e un fillino d'olio?
Un po' d'olio, noi produciamo anche olio, da quest'anno abbiamo addirittura 2 tipologie di olio.
2 tipologie di olio. Vabbè dai, ma quelli sono posti magici, c'è nulla da fare.
E il frantoio.
Anche?
Da quest'anno, dal 2019, anche il frantoio.
Quindi se io voglio venire a comprare l'olio appena franto, vengo da voi?
Vieni da noi, nella stagione dell'olio c'è una nostra botteghina e l'olio viene franto il giorno stesso, per questo la decisione del frantoio.
Giusto.
Non ci sconcentriamo.
Non ci sconcentriamo, vai sulla zucchina.
Zucchina si cuoce in forno molto alto, così si dà una arrostità.
Molto alto vuol dire 200?
220-230. Mi piace un po' di sapore, quel leggero sapore amarognolo,
no? Gli dà la sbruciacchiatura.
E così si fa anche per il pomodoro. Mentre questo in pentola con aglio e un pezzichino di peperoncino.
Lui se l'è presa perché io gli ho girato questo e i pomodori si sono spostati. Quindi non sono più come dei trenini, capito questi chef? Cosa ci tocca sopportare? Oddio, gliel'ho toccati, mamma mia. Scusi Andrea, vada.
Cercheremo di fare il possibile.
Perché sono anche da queste piccole cose, vero? E poi è il risultato del piatto.
Secondo me sì, secondo me sì.
Pentola, olio, aglio schiacciato e poi ci metti?
Ci metto una puntina appena di peperoncino e una punta di basilico.
Ah, subito? Così?
Subito.
Di schianto.
olio freddo e si fa scaldare, così si tira fuori gli aromi.
Va bene. Qualche minuto a questo punto.
Sì.
Bello allegro. Allora, soffrigge. Bene, vedi? Guarda.
Belle bollicine, senti il profumo?
Sì.
E si va
poi?
con i pomodori.
Così belli a pezzi grossi.
A pezzi grossi, a pezzi grossi.
Con i semi e tutto.
Tutto. Si
E il
passa,
sapore lì è...
si passa tutto dopo.
Quanto deve cuocere?
Questo è il tempo che si disfa la polpa, una decina, 10-15 minuti, con sale e pepe.
Che dici, è pronto Andrea?
Dico si può passare.
Ok.
Qui si passa.
Sì?
A un colino. Attenzione che brucia.
Va bene. Ma siamo abituati, eh? Perché le bruciature sono le medaglie al valore del cuoco, questo ricordatevelo. Un cuoco che non ha una bruciatura vuol dire che non ha cucinato mai, eh?
O poco, poco. Sono segni di mestiere.
Tagli e...
e bruciature.
E bruciature.
Qui si
Vedi
pigia.
che bello? Esce solo il succo.
Solo la polpa e rimangono bucce e semi.
Peccato che non si
Sopra.
può sentire il profumo da codesto buchino.
È buono davvero. il
Madonna,
profumo.
senti qua, no, è una cosa... Ah, questo è come la Madeleine di Proust. Mi ricorda la pomarola che faceva la Mazzia proprio a San Giustino.
Davvero?
Perché questi sono i pomodori nostrali, basta comprare quelli tutti uguali. Avete visto? Questi sono tutti diversi, sono buoni.
E
Che dici?
Ci siamo, questa si mette piano piano a ritirare per fare una cremina un po' più densa.
Senza additivi?
No.
Senza additivi. Campani, sei fiero dei tuoi pomodori? Hanno preso il bruciaticcio giusto?
Giusto colore, un po'.
Oh, vedi, la pasta deve essere così, deve essere mia ai duroni.
Trasparente.
Campani sa fare.
Bella liscia.
Bella liscia.
Solo torli si è fatto. È un po' tosta, sono 32 torli ogni chilo di farina. E poi ci si mette un tappino.
Ma infatti
di
c'ha un colore di
aceto.
una bellezza. E che farina tu adoperi? Perché la farina è importante.
Questa è una farina zero, tra l'altro, lo dico in anteprima, tra poco usciranno probabilmente anche le farine del burro.
Capito?
Non ci
E
vogliamo
poi?
far mancare nulla.
Proprio autarchici siete. Jonathan, portaci, vieni qua, vieni, fatti vedere, guardate che popò d'aiuto che c'ha il nostro Andrea. Jonathan Ganzo, lui è qui, lo trovate sempre,
Sì,
vero?
sempre.
Siamo nel Lungarno
Acciaioli.
davanti proprio a scorrelarno. Va bene, andiamo, va, gli vuoi dare una mano? Fai te, eh? Ora che si fa, quindi?
Ora si fa cucchiaino.
Sì.
Si potrebbe utilizzare anche un sacco a poche, eccetera, ma
noi facciamo artistico. Ecco, diciamo grande come una noce questo ripieno.
sì, sono dei ravioli belli, vengono dei bei ravioloni grossi. Ecco qua.
Poi, ecco il segreto.
Poi si passa un po' d'acqua,
Questa è la genialata, ragazzi.
così ci aiuta a chiudere.
Perché magari un po' si è seccata, per quello lui la bagna. 32 uova, no, 32 tuorli.
32 torli.
Nemmeno
32
i piemontesi o i tagliolini ne adoperano così tanti. Ah, sopra!
E si copre, dai.
Oh.
Si schiaccia,
Sì,
l'importante, ormai si sa, si deve far uscire
Tutta
tutta l'aria.
Perché se no vi si apre quando lo cuocete. Te aiuto anch'io, via? O devi arrivare piano piano te?
No, se mi aiuti,
può?
anzi. Così
Ecco.
poi si mettono anche a confronto, capito? Quelli ha chiuso
No,
te.
allora
E
lo metto subito! Qua. Ma l'aria ora da dove esce? Quindi si è chiuso ogni cosa. Va bene. Uno l'ho fatto, via. Guarda qua. Senti, rotella, come li tagli?
Ma io prendo un coppa pasta.
Quindi tondi, come
Magari
proprio
vengono-
delle lune. Lune gialle. Lune di zucchina. belli.
Poi si può anche fare un giro con una forchettina per
Sì,
dargli...
Jonathan, una forchettina.
No. Così.
A me mi garbano.
Si chiudono.
Sì, e si
E
decorano.
poi fa un po' di decorazione.
Questo
dai.
proprio all'antica italiana, vedi come facevano le nonne? Si prende il rebo della forchetta e si pigia, vero?
Sì.
Stando attenti casomai a non bucare tutto, perché se no tutto il lavoro che ha fatto i campani finora io... no. Ecco. Meraviglia. Stupendo. E tutta sta pasta ora?
Allora, questa
Mica la
pasta...
butterai via,
Se fossi a...
Ci si fa la pastina per la
Questa
minestra.
si può fare, sì, dei maltagliati. Quando prenderà, una volta che è ripassata, prenderà un colore diverso, molto più bianco, avrà una consistenza diversa perché comunque è di secondo passaggio, però non la buttiamo via, non sarà adatta per fare un ripieno, però si può fare un maltagliato, una pasta mista,
Bellina.
la pasta per la pasta e fagioli, per dire, no?
No, sì, pasta e fagioli. Allora, ci sono quasi, Quindi, il ripieno si è fatto, la
crema di pomodoro, è lì che
sul fornello che si sta
bolle,
asciugando.
si sta asciugando.
L'acqua sta per bollire, ora non ci resta altro che buttarli dentro, cuocerli e scolarli e poi vi si condisce noi. Campani, siamo al momento del sugo?
Momento clou. Ora si prepara un'ulteriore salsa per i ravioli, dove andremo a saltare abbondante olio e acqua, quindi si fa scaldare ma non si fa bollire.
Olio e acqua. Altro segreto.
E poi un bel ciuffo di basilico fresco.
Subito.
Qui mi raccomando, solo scaldare e non far soffriggere. Intanto si butta i ravioli, l'acqua bolle leggermente, se no si rischia di romperli, sale, il raviolo è fresco, non è secco, quindi cottura velocissima, massimo 2 minuti e sono pronti.
Nel frattempo la pentola del sugo che hai messo olio, acqua, basilico
e un pizzico di sale.
Il pomodoro te lo sei dimenticato.
Il pomodoro ce l'abbiamo là. Fa quel...
Ottimo.
Così i ravioli una volta cotti vanno a prendere il profumo del basilico e si mettono sopra il piatto, crema di pomodoro sul fondo e il raviolo sopra.
Allora, siamo?
Qui ci siamo, l'acqua e il basilico, acqua, olio e basilico sono pronti, il raviolo è cotto e ora si va a insaporire. Così,
guarda le ganzate che si impara oggi.
qui si va a insaporire di olio e basilico.
Quindi ora fai ritirare l'acqua.
No, da qui si prendono, si mettono nel piatto, si può decidere se mettere, io metto il pomodoro sotto e il raviolo sopra.
E allora facciamo. Momento clou per ogni chef, impiattare la ricetta.
Qui ci sta tutto a portata di mano. La nostra crema di pomodoro.
Ecco.
E si mette nel fondo del piatto.
Bene.
I ravioli che hanno bollito.
Hanno bollito e ribollito.
E bollito.
Però si sono
nell'acqua.
impreziositi col sapore di basilico, giusto? Ora voi direte, ma quelle ondine che gli ho fatto io sono bellissime. Dillo.
Il tocco finale di questa ricetta.
Dillo. È vero, Jonathan?
Qui l'ultimo tocco, dai, 2 foglioline di basilico fresche e
ci stanno sempre bene.
il filo d'olio.
Il famoso filo d'olio.
Il famoso filo d'olio.
Che si dice in Toscana la C di olio perché noi siamo parecchio tirati, però non è vero, lui l'ha messo proprio così. E quindi questo è bene fatto.
Questo è bene fatto.
Madonna mia, dopo si mangia, ora si mangia. Però è venuto anche sete, offrimi un pochino di vino, va. Brindiamo a questi ravioli. Come si chiamano nel menù questi?
Troviamogli un nome, ravioli di zucchine arrosto e crema di pomodori.
Crema di pomodori. Di pomodori! No.
Di pomodori.
Crema
perché
ai 2 pomodori.
ai 2 pomodori.
Crema ai 2 pomodori, va bene.
Io se posso un bicchiere di polissena.
Ale, polissena. Tutta la vita.
Salute
Andrea,
e grazie.
Grazie davvero e viva il burro perché io ho un pezzo di cuore in quel posto.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Bentornati nella stanza del vino del Brass Festival. Siamo di nuovo ospiti degli amici del Boutique Hotel in Piazza della Signoria, uno scenario splendido affacciandosi alle finestre, e siamo di nuovo a parlare con Fabrizio Fiaschi di nessi e connessi tra vino e buona musica. Partendo dal presupposto della totale assenza di confini, appunto, tra le armonie e il vino, cos'è che può stupire di più ascoltando la musica e bevendo vino?
Il vino deve saperti scuotere, così come anche la musica, deve scuoterti l'anima, le viscere, deve crearti degli scompensi cognitivi per poi subito dopo riprenderti e riproporti delle nuove strade di conoscenza. Solo così si può avere un passo avanti su quello che è il tuo status cognitivo e quindi da quello che già conosci lo metti in discussione e amplifichi le tue conoscenze e le approfondisci.
Fantastico. E qual è in questo caso questo vino che ci può stupire?
Un vino che ci stupisce senz'altro è un vino fatto dove non ti aspetti. Un vino come questo, che è un Müller-Thurgau fatto in Mugello. Potrà sembrare impossibile perché nessuno ci crede, ma un vino del genere esiste, seppure in un numero limitatissimo di bottiglie, e forse l'errore è proprio definire il nome del vitigno, perché in un vino così tutto appare tranne che l'essenza del Müller-Thurgau come abbiamo stampato nella nostra memoria gustativa.
Quindi un vino che è sicuramente originale, ma al di fuori dei canoni classici del vitigno Müller-Thurgau.
Esattamente, se vi aspettate un vino profumatino, delicato, citrino, paradigmatico di quello che è il Müller dell'Alto Adige, scordatevelo, questo non è il vino per voi.
È un Müller con l'accento toscano. Allora.
Esattamente, la mugellanità lo veste da capo a fondo, lo permea nella sua anima più profonda e lo rende un vino toscano, bianco, carnoso, ricco, bella concentrazione, bel dettaglio di profumi, con un ricordo lontanissimo della sua origine di vitigno, ma niente più che un lontano ricordo. Andiamo ad assaggiarlo.
Andiamo ad assaggiarlo perché mi ha incuriosito, non lo conosco, vediamo cosa c'è di buono e di strano in questo vino.
Beh, quello che è strano non deve mai allontanarci, ma deve avvicinarci, deve fare in modo di incuriosirci.
Un colore molto scarico.
Più scarico, più fresco. una bella acidità, una bella mineralità, una grip in bocca notevole che lo rende molto adatto ad essere abbinato con piatti anche di pesce un po' importante, ricco di sapori, anche leggermente grasso.
Baccalà sicuramente?
Io ci metterei una bella polpettina fritta di baccalà.
Oh, fantastico.
Come gliel'ho messa? Oppure degli sgombri al forno con la panure.
Accidenti.
Delle cose interessanti, aromatiche, decise, di carattere, non pesci troppo delicati, troppo elegantini, però ecco, pesci
di corpo.
Pesci di corpo e di corno.
E di corno, a proposito degli ottoni. Ma chi sono gli autori di questo vino?
Sono degli amici che gestiscono vigne in più parti della Toscana.
Dove?
Allora, loro producono un Chianti Classico Riserva e un Vinsanto da una vigna che hanno a San Casciano, e sono pochissime bottiglie di Chianti Classico Riserva. La vigna di San Martino d'Argiano è il nome dell'azienda e del vino in questione. Hanno trovato questa vecchia vigna di Müller-Thurgau in Mugello a Vicchio, che hanno preso in gestione per produrre questo bianco interessantissimo e notevole anche per i richiami musicali che reca in sé, che poi vi spiegherò. E poi altre cose hanno ad avvenire, perché sono ragazzi che hanno questa curiosità di vinificare cose inusitate.
Perché il vino si chiama?
Si chiama Immigrant Wine, in quanto giustamente il Müller-Thurgau è un vitigno immigrato in Toscana, non è un autoctono. E per questo riporta in retroetichetta una dotta citazione dai Led Zeppelin da Immigrant Song.
Vedi? Per cui il nesso vino-musica è fortissimo e plateale.
A 390 gradi.
Anche qualcosa di più.
Anche qualcosa di più.
Alla salute del festival e tutti i suoi amici.